Indiana.
Thank you.
I am looking at your qualifications, page 1, 2, 3-ish. Are you an attorney?
I am not.
Okay. Just wanted to check. I see you went to University of Vermont. I got my law degree in New Hampshire. Fabulous place. So you are talking about accounting and rate-making treatment of post-retirement costs. You make reference to that on page 4 of your testimony. In your rebuttal testimony at page 2, you refer to the recovery of approximately $92.1 million of prudently incurred coal combustion residual. Can we call it CCR?
Yes,
Okay.
certainly.
Incurred from January 2019 through November 2021. When you say prudently incurred, what do you base that, the use of that word on?
I'm not sure of your question. When I'm referring to prudently incurred, the assumption is that prudently incurred costs will be recovered from ratepayers.
You are calling them prudently incurred here on, what is the basis for your use of that word?
I'm not opining on the prudency of these costs. The assumption is that if they are prudently incurred, that they would be recovered from ratepayers.
Okay, but you are representing here that they are prudently incurred, are you not?
I'm not representing that they're prudently incurred. I'm stating that these costs, that it's the statement on row 6 and 7 on page 2, to the recovery of approximately $92 million of prudently incurred coal combustion residual costs.
So you're not representing that the costs themselves were prudent?
I'm not opining on the prudency, no.
Okay. And lines 17 through 20 of page 2, were you here for Ms. Lilly's cross-examination?
I was.
And you say at line 17 down to 20 that the Court of Appeals left the company's CPCN intact, indicating their approval of the concept of recovery of CCR-related costs. Listening to Ms. Lilly, does your opinion change as to whether or not the CPCN was intact?
Can you say the question again?
You were here for Ms. Lilly's
Yes.
cross.
Yes.
And did you hear the discussion regarding the CPCN?
I did.
And specifically the CPCN for the CCR costs? There's a lot of acronyms there. In the Court of Appeals opinion. Did you hear that discussion?
I did.
And did you hear Ms. Lilly say that the CPCN for that $92 million was overturned by the Court of Appeals?
That's not how I heard her state it.
Do you understand the meaning of that statement to be derived? Let me withdraw that. Listening to Ms. Lilly, do you understand that her statement was that the CPCN for that bundle of costs was reversed by the Court of Appeals?
Again, that's not what I heard her state. It was not reversed. It was, first of all, it was not reversed. That they stated that the costs previously incurred prior to, was it November of '21, could not be recovered under the federal mandate statute.
Okay. Can we agree that the cost prior to November of 2021, that bundle of costs is the $92.1 million that is now being included? Okay. So
You finished that, is now being included.
in accumulated depreciation in this case. So when you say the Court of Appeals left the company's CPCN intact, you are not referring to that $92 million? Line 17 and 18 of page 2.
What I'm referring to on 17, 18, 19, 20 was that, that subsequent to the November of '21, that those costs could be recovered through the federal mandate statute. Prior to that, they did not indicate any indication of imprudence of costs or that there aren't other alternatives for recovery of those costs.
Okay, well, let's back up and look at the question that elicited your answer that we're talking about. So you're responding to Ms. Armstrong, Mr. Inskeep, and Mr. Andrews, and their recommendation to deny recovery of the $92.1 million in CCR costs. Is that correct? From lines 9 to 12 on page 2, that's the question.
That's right. I'm not sure what your question is.
Okay. Well, I wanted to establish that we were talking, you're challenging those witness accounts and their recommendation to deny recovery of the $92.1 million.
Right.
And your response, lines 13 through 20, refers to leaving the company's CPCN intact, but just so we're clear, that was not related to the $92.1 million, was it?
That is correct.
Thank you. So on pages 3 and 4 of your rebuttal, you make reference to the commission's reliance on the FERC Uniform System of Accounts definition of cost of removal. And if I say USOA, you will know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Figured you're a CPA, you should. And then you make reference to a recent Centerpoint case in which the commission approved costs associated, where I'm looking at the top of page 4, with the CBR, which pond closure by removal. And you talk about the cost of removal on page 4 and the following pages. And are you arguing there that these parts of the FERC USOA support the inclusion of the $92.1 million in Duke's rates?
So, sorry, are you talking about page 4, question on line 4?
Well, I'm generally talking about that question and what follows on the following pages, where you're talking about the retirement of, as you describe it, PPE, property, plant, and equipment. So pages 4, 5, 6. Are you making these arguments here in an effort to support Duke's request to recover the $92.1 million?
Yes, maybe I can elaborate. So,
Thank you, Mr. Riley. If I ask for elaboration, then you can give it. Now, on page 6, you start to cite Indiana Code 8-1-8.4-7C, which is part of the federal mandate statute, right?
correct.
And are you aware that the citation that you make here is not the current version of the federal mandate statute?
I'm not aware of that, not being a lawyer.
If I told you that the Indiana General Assembly removed the prospective language by the use of the word proposed, they removed that language in 2023, would you be surprised by that?
I wouldn't have a view one way or the other.
Okay. So your argument is that Duke may now recover the costs that the Court of Appeals said they couldn't recover. They can now do so through depreciation. Am I correct?
The court said that they couldn't recover it under the federal mandate statute. There are different recovery mechanisms, one of which is through depreciation.
All right. I'm going to ask you, there's a copy on the corner of the table there that has been marked as OUCC CX7, and that is a copy of the Court of Appeals opinion that we've been talking about here. And the first thing I would ask is, does that document reflect that the Court of Appeals is allowing recovery of that $92 million in some other fashion than the federal mandate?
This official exhibit that you're putting in front of me?
Yes. Well, you discuss this decision in your testimony, do you not?
I do.
Okay. So then, are you familiar with this decision?
I've stated exactly in my testimony on pages 6 and 7 what I thought was relevant, but what's more relevant is the fact that there are alternative mechanisms to recover these costs
All right.
through depreciation expense and cost removal,
Well, thank you, Mr.
which are
Roy.
interrelated.
I am asking you whether the court indicated that there are alternative methods of recovery for this $92 million.
I don't know what's in here in terms of whether or not this states that.
So you're testifying as to the content of the decision before the Court of Appeals, but you can't tell the commission whether or not there's another method that's discussed in that decision?
My understanding is that the ruling only related to post-2021 costs, and that in terms of the recovery of the $92 million, which were pre-2021, that there are alternative means of recovering, whether it's through a regulatory asset recovery mechanism or depreciation expense, and through cost of removal.
Does the Court of Appeals opinion state that?
I don't know if it states it.
On page 9, you quote the commission's order in the 45253S1 case. And would you agree that that is the case that subsequently was appealed and that the Court of Appeals issued its decision that's been marked as OUCC CX7?
So I'm sorry, what was the question?
You cite to cause number 45253 S1 on page 9, lines 5 to 15. Is that the case that was subsequently appealed to the Court of Appeals, resulting in the decision that is CX7?
Yes, I believe so.
So you're relying on the commission's statement that they could have been reflected in the cost, the CCR costs, could have been reflected in the cost of removal and depreciation rates. Is that right?
Are we talking about the 92 million?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
But that decision, that language is not reflected in the Court of Appeals opinion, is it?
The appeals court was talking about the post-2021 costs, or the 2021 costs going forward in terms of what was recoverable.
Thank you. Have you reviewed Indiana Code sections 81210 and 81219?
I don't recall which.
All right.
I don't recall.
If I told you that 81219 in particular relates to depreciation and how it's handled for this commission, have you reviewed that part of the statute?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Now, on page 11, you argue that the current request is just a true-up of removal costs, right?
Correct.
But if a higher court issues a ruling saying that costs cannot be recovered, what mechanism, no, strike that. If an entity is told that it cannot collect a pot of money, what basis do you have to say that that court's opinion can be reversed in a later action?
Object to the extent it states facts not in evidence.
Ms. Hitz?
Well, Your Honor, I think I'm exploring Mr. Riley's understanding of the Court of Appeals opinion and its impact on this case. I don't see how the question is outside that bounds.
Mr. Kyle?
Well, Your Honor, I didn't object that it was outside the bounds. I objected that it assumed facts not in evidence. And her specific question was, if an entity were told it could not recover a bucket or pile or sum of costs, I can't remember what precise word, and that is not in evidence.
Objections overruled. Ms. Hitz, continue.
Thank you. Can I have the question read back to the witness, please?
So the court did not say that they could not recover a pot of money. they said that they could not recover through a specific mechanism those costs. But to me, that leaves open the opportunity to recover it through other mechanisms that other utilities within the state utilize, depreciation and cost of removal.
Well, we've established, Mr. Riley, that you're not an attorney. So you're not expressing a legal opinion. You are expressing an opinion as a CPA, is that correct?
I am, and what I'm looking at is I see that cost of removal is being recovered from ratepayers, and I understand how depreciation expense works and how depreciation is recovered from ratepayers. And to me, as a partner in a utility practice, I understand that these costs are recoverable through that mechanism because they are being recovered through that mechanism.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. You criticize Ms. Armstrong on page 13 of your rebuttal for opposing the recovery of the $92 million. And you state that she seeks to prevent Duke Energy Indiana from recovering prudently incurred costs simply because the Indiana Court of Appeals disagreed with the recovery method initially approved by the commission. Do you see that there, lines 5 to 7?
It was not meant as a criticism, but I do see that, yes.
And again, you're using the word prudently incurred, the words prudently incurred. Your use of prudently here means what?
That these costs, and that's the basis for all cost of recovery for utilities. And so the assumption is that if these costs are prudently incurred by the utility, under the utility compact, that they would recover those costs from ratepayers.
But do you understand, Mr. Riley, that there may be legal reasons why a utility may not be able to recover costs?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Riley has indicated previously he's not a lawyer, and when he was answering one of Ms. Hitz's questions, she cautioned him that he was not a lawyer. So I'm struggling with when he can be permitted to testify to legal conclusions and when not. So I guess he's asking for a legal conclusion, or she's asking for a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
Ms. Hitz?
Your Honor, what I asked him was, does he understand that there may be legal reasons why a utility may be not able to collect costs? His understanding.
Witness's direct testimony opens the door to this line of questioning. The question gets into the meaning of his specific statement. The objection is overruled. Ms. Hitz, continue.
Could the question be read back, please?
Yes.
Thank you. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
We'll go off the record.
Your Honor, as
We'll go back on the record. Ms. Hitz?
apologies. As discussed with the bench before we went on the record this morning, the OUCC neglected to offer into evidence CX Exhibits 5 and 6 on Friday afternoon. So at this point, we would offer what were previously marked for identification as OUCC's cross-examination Exhibits 5 and 6, which were excerpts from the FERC USOA, and OUCC CX7, a copy of the opinion in OUCC versus Duke Energy LLC, 204 Northeast 3rd, 947.
Duke, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Citizens Action Coalition,
No objection.
City of Westfield,
No objection.
Industrial Group,
No objection.
Nucor Steel,
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce,
No objection.
Walmart, OECC cross-examination exhibits 5, 6, and 7 are admitted into the record without objection. Ms. Hitz,
I have no further questions for Mr. Riley.
do can you redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, you are excused from the witness stand. We'll go off, Mr. Kyle or Ms. Hennigan, who's your next witness?
John Verderame.
I beg your pardon?
John Verderame.
Sir, if you would,
Verderame.
Thank you. Sir, if you'd approach the witness stand, we'll go off the record.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know if I have his questions. Oh, son of a biscuit.
We'll go back on the record. Ms. Hennigan, before we proceed forward with this witness, Ms. Washburn, you'd indicated for the prior witness that the CUC was reserving this opportunity to cross. I didn't ask you if you had cross after OUCC, or excuse me, after the public conducted this cross. Do you have cross for that witness?
I do not. Thank you for coming back, though. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Washburn. Ms. Hennigan, please proceed. Or Mr. Wells, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. At this time, petitioner will call witness Mr. John Verderame. Mr. Verderame, how are you today?
Morning. Fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Can you please state your name and by who you're employed and in what capacity?
My name is John Verderame. I'm employed by Duke Energy in the role of Vice President, Fuels and System Optimization.
You have what's been placed in front of you as Petitioner's Exhibit 21, 21C, and 44. Do you see those?
I have 4, Mr. Wells. Oh, that was. Yeah.
Are those copies of your direct testimony, your confidential direct testimony, and your rebuttal testimony?
They are.
All right. Mr. Verderame is available for cross-examination. Thank you.
Citizens Action Coalition.
Thank you, Your Honor. Citizens Action Coalition does have cross-examination for Mr. Verderame.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Verderame, good morning. My name is Samir Doshi. I'm an attorney for Citizens Action Coalition of Indiana.
Morning.
Good morning. I'd like to start with some questions about your direct testimony, which was Petitioner's Exhibit 21. Do you have a copy of that?
I do.
Can you turn to page 3 in your direct testimony at lines 18 and 19. You state there that the fuel procurement team executed a strategy of procuring longer-term agreements at the upper end of the company's forecasted procurement needs. Do you see that?
I do.
Could you help me understand when was that strategy first implemented?
So I don't have the exact date, but the rest of the sentence, if I can finish it, the upper end of the company's forecasted procurement needs to offset the potential exposure to price and availability risk and to ensure reliability of supply. So this was a period of following the pandemic when there was an extreme need for coal, and due to just general demand following COVID, as well as rising gas prices and power prices in MISO. And so there was a combination of factors at play in the coal supply chain. So sometime during that, the RFPs that we ran during 21 and 22, in a strategy to, I think, get ahead of what we saw as the beginnings of the, a devolving coal supply chain, that the risk to customers was greater than it had been in the past in terms of relying on the ability to make spot purchases of coal if the need should arise. And clearly we were in a position where the need was there. We were struggling with both coal deliveries as well as transportation. So sometime in that period there, the RFPs that we issued, we decided to target the upper range, again, range of our expected coal burns.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned a lot of points. I think I heard you say that the strategy as used in line 18 was first implemented somewhere in the 2021 or 22 period, is that right?
Likely 22, yes.
Thank you. And at the end of line 18, it refers to longer-term agreements going to line 19. How long of contract durations are you talking about there?
So see here, we were really talking about contracts that were 3 or 4 years long, in an attempt to focus focus our procurement strategy around providing the suppliers with some certainty that there would be a demand for the product going forward. So, I mean, there's a limited amount of suppliers we have in Indiana, and so diversity of supply is one of the key components to maintaining reliability and surety of supply. So another component of that is the ability for a supplier to make capital investments with some certainty that there will be production to follow.
Thank you. And is 3 to 4 years contract duration a longer term compared to Duke's previous coal purchase contracts?
So we have a blend. We generally have a strategy that's a blend of long and short-term contracts to take advantage of changes in, opportunistic changes in coal supply. But actually, we have a contract that started in 2009 that expires in, or 2019, 2009 that expires in 2025. So there's a mix of long and short-term contracts, but generally the coal suppliers are only comfortable, to this point have only been comfortable with 2 or 3 years. And even beyond 3 years, we don't find that the suppliers are willing to commit to a price. So we generally find these outside years have exposure with some type of a repricing structure.
Okay, thank you. And in line 19, where you refer to the upper end of the company's forecasted procurement needs, how are you defining upper end?
So there's a little bit of an art here. I will say that this is not necessarily strictly a spreadsheet exercise. There are, when we look at the coal procurement strategy, we have risk guidelines that are kind of in violet, but we also have, as part of our stochastic modeling, we have a range of outcomes that represent a potential need for coal. And so when we look at the, when we look at the demand or what we feel is going to be the demand, we focus on the mean of our range of outcomes as our target, and then we might, if we're procuring to the upper end of the target, we may lean a little bit more towards the higher range of expectations. So there's no fixed number.
Okay, thank you. So in these lines 18 and 19, where you describe a strategy that you implemented in 2021 or 22, was this a new procurement strategy compared to prior strategies?
No, I wouldn't say the strategy itself is, procurement strategy itself was new. It's been fairly consistent. We do, as part of any strategy, you're going to assess the market at any given time and the demand at any given time. So I'm sure there have been times when we felt that for some reason we wanted to procure to the lower end of the target, and sometimes to the higher end of the target. Some of it is opportunistic as well in terms of what coal is available in the market.
Was the aspect of the 2021 and 22 strategy where you procured at the upper end of forecasted procurement needs, was that part new at the time relative to what Duke had been doing up until that time?
Yeah, I think if you look back through 2018, 2017, 2019, heading into the pandemic, we were in a period where power prices were low, coal consumption was low. The risk, as we perceived it, was not as clear as it was coming out of the pandemic, when we realized that just the elasticity of supply was no longer in the market.
Okay, thank you. Can you turn to page 6, please, of your direct testimony? And on page 6, at line 9, you referred to continued labor and resource constraints, I assume in coal markets. You can tell me differently if that's wrong. And then at line 16 and 17, you again referred to continued labor and resource constraints. Are those references mostly in relation to effects of the COVID-19 pandemic?
I think COVID probably started some of these labor and resource constraints, but I think in general, there's been a systemic shift in the labor market around coal, and the coal supply chain in general, and then I think that transcends from supply as well, through the transportation. I think it's an aging workforce that sees the end of life of a career, and I think as a group, the suppliers are struggling with finding labor, and I think what's really fundamental about this is once this labor, I think human capital, financial capital, once it leaves this sector, I don't think it's coming back. And so that's, I think, one of the longer term risks that we see in the coal industry and the coal supply chain.
Okay, thank you. Could you turn to page 7, please? of your direct testimony. And at line 11 on page 7, you referred to probabilistic outputs of the model. And throughout your testimony, you referred to one or more models, and it felt very complex as I read it. Could you explain which model you are referring to there at line 11?
Yeah, so I believe we're speaking about the FAST model, what we call the FAST model of the Fleet Analytics Stochastic Tool. It's a tool we've developed that creates scenarios of outcomes with given inputs and parameters around the coal units, commodity inputs, weather variables, all kind of correlated to create a scenario of 100 different scenarios. It forms the basis really for our procurement as well as our fuel forecasts strategy that we focus on. And once we have these 100 scenarios, we'll focus on probably the middle 50 scenarios. It's the most likely scenarios, and we build as that's a building block for our strategy around how we procure coal and how we create as much optionality as we can to manage within those 50 scenarios. I think Witness O'Connor you'd be well served to ask him the details of how it works. He helped put it together. But that's fundamentally how it works.
Thank you. And if you know, how far into the future does a given scenario look ahead?
So the FAST model runs about 5 years out into the future.
Okay. And when the model produces 100 scenarios, is each scenario equally likely?
I think Mr. O'Connor, I'm going to let Mr. O'Connor answer that, but I think his answer is going to be yes.
Okay, thank you. Still on page 7 at line 13, it says the company is creating a procurement plan that includes the central 50% of the potential coal burn scenarios through the forecast period, going to line 14. Can you tell us what it means for a coal procurement plan to include the central 50% of scenarios?
So if I was too quick to gloss over how the model works, but these 100 scenarios include iterations that stress both commodity prices, coal plant performance, the weather demand, power prices, and they create this array of scenarios. Some are they may all be likely, but there are fewer of them at the tails, right? Fewer of them at the extreme low end of the burn, fewer at the higher end of the burn, and there's some shape to that as well. And so that's why if we're looking to create a strategy, we couldn't create a strategy that would cover 100% of the burns. It would be, I think if you could even contract for something like that, it would be extremely expensive because it implies that the supply chain can manage meeting those scenarios. So we focus on the middle 50, the P25 to the P75, if you will, those 50 iterations and scenarios. Build a strategy with the levers that we have, including contractual ability to flex tons up or flex tons down as demand changes, because demand always changes. How much ability we have to store coal at our own facilities, other facilities. Basically, we try and manage to those most likely scenarios as a least cost accommodation to the reality that you may end up at the tails as well.
Thank you. And is it fair to say that each scenario has a time path of coal burns over 5 years?
No, they're into, each one of the scenarios is one, again, we're probably getting a little bit out of my depth there, Mr. Dusty, but, but they're generally in 1 year. Actually, they're really broken down into daily and monthly, but we look at them in kind of 1 year chunks. So the time paths are individual in 1 year, for 1 year. So if we look at, I thought I had it in my testimony somewhere, the whiskers versus the P25, the P75 is kind of the core range. As you move through time, each one of those years is independent.
Okay. So when you refer to 25th percentile, 75th percentile of scenarios, is that only with respect to coal burn in one given year?
Yes. But it's coal burn, it's power purchase power, it's gas burn. They all kind of, this is a production cost model, derives what the coal burn is around all those other parameters that impact, most particularly probably power prices.
So the sequencing of scenarios in order of coal burn for, let's say, 2026 could be different sequencing from the sequencing of the same set of 100 scenarios for, let's say, 2027. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we could turn to page 8 of your direct testimony.
That's good. I think you've pushed the limit of my knowledge of the model.
At lines 2 and 3, you state that during 2021, Duke Energy Indiana instituted the use of a supply offer adjustment to ensure reliable levels of coal inventory to the benefit of its customers. Do you see that?
I do.
And does this adjustment, to your knowledge, incorporate the FAST model that you described before?
It does.
But the FAST model can be run without using it for the supply offer adjustment. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I followed the question, sorry.
Can you run the FAST model and produce the 100 scenarios as you described without using those outputs for a supply offer adjustment?
So I think they're separate. The FAST model provides the basis of the projected future burns, and then the supply offer adjustment takes that output and determines whether on those projections whether we'll violate the kind of pre-described inventory limits.
Okay.
So they're a little bit separate.
Okay, thank you. Has Duke attempted to evaluate how well the FAST model, when it was used to produce forecasts as of particular times in the past, how well its forecasts actually matched real-life results?
I don't believe we've done a backcast on the FAST model. It's been 3 years now. I'm not sure it's created the track record that would justify that kind of analysis. But the problem with any of those analyses is they create a lot of hypotheticals that are somewhat difficult to. We don't do the deterministic model anymore. Once we proved through time that the deterministic model kind of matched the results of the stochastic model. We moved, and that's the FAST model, this stochastic view of the world. It's definitionally better because it provides us with this range of outcomes versus a point-in-time deterministic model that we know is going to change because tomorrow those inputs change and next month those inputs change, and we don't have visibility into the sensitivities around what those changes do in terms of impacting the coal burn. So it's kind of fundamentally better once we got it calibrated to the deterministic model.
Okay, thank you. Still on page 8 of your direct testimony, line 21, you state that the supply offer adjustment methodology allows the company to proactively protect customers from otherwise larger swings in fuel inventories over time and more impactful reactions. The final word is on the top of page 9. And I'd like to ask you a couple questions about that passage. Have you quantitatively estimated the effects on customers from potential large swings in fuel inventories?
I think yes. Anytime we're faced with a step change in demand for coal, we look at all the, part of the whole strategy is not just to rely on the dynamic dispatch to solve all problems. Right? So if we see a path towards too much inventory, not enough inventory, I think the first core path would be to go back to our suppliers, execute what options we have contractually, investigate what other low or lower cost options we might have, and then if there are none, then we resort to the adjustment process. So I think we go through a series of steps that evaluate whether that's the least cost path. The interesting thing about the adjustment is it doesn't take just a today view of how I solve my problem. Right? It looks out through the next 12 months at the expected burns, the expected deliveries, and the expected changes we could potentially make to how much coal we're receiving versus how much coal we're burning. And it makes small course changes. Right? That's what I mean at the end of the sentence to otherwise a large or more impactful remediations to a condition where we either don't have enough coal, which I think is even a bigger issue because we've seen that this lack of elasticity of supply means I can't go out to coal suppliers anymore and cure a coal deficiency, right? And on the other side of the spectrum, I cannot just not take the coal either, right? There's a certain continuity that of production that's kind of fundamental to this new world order of the coal market. So I think that answers your question.
Mr. Verderami, have you or Duke submitted in this case quantitative estimates of harm to customers if coal inventories got, in your view or Duke's view, too high or too low?
So I think from a too high perspective, that becomes a safety concern, right? And I think back to, and I think it's pretty clear the risk to customers that we never really want to find out if we actually were to run out of coal. So I mean that just puts customers at exposure to kind of unlimited power prices. But I think the whole concept behind dynamic dispatch is that the least cost solution is whatever changes we may need to make to dispatch. Right? There are going to be changes. There is an implicit volatility that it's only getting more dramatic, right, as we transition out of coal as not just our fleet, but the industry and MISO in general, so that the harm to customers would be to not make proactive adjustments to dispatch and find ourselves in a box where we either need to sell coal, and again, the implications of that are not strictly that I bought $50 coal that I have to sell back for $35. It's that if I sell that coal back to the supplier, I may not get it back when I need it a year from now when the underlying conditions change.
It sounds like you're saying Duke has not submitted a quantitative analysis of the effects on customers should coal inventories reach levels that Duke sees as too high. Is that correct? Yes or no?
I think that's a very difficult assessment.
Does that mean the answer is no?
Objection, Your Honor. The question has now been asked 3 times, and Mr. Verderami has answered it twice.
Mr. Doshi?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Verderami has not directly answered my question of whether Duke has submitted the analysis I described.
Mr. Wells?
Yeah, I think what we've seen here, Your Honor, is that the questions being asked have solicited responses that are complex and require detail and explanation, as we've seen by numerous answers that Mr. Verderami has provided thus far. And I think this one, as we've seen by the 2 responses he's given, fits the same pattern that we've seen so far. So I would assert again that this has been asked and answered. Thank you.
The question was not directly answered, so the objection is overruled. You may restate your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Verderami, I believe in your most recent response you said that the analysis would be difficult, and my follow-up question was, is it correct that Duke has not submitted such an analysis in this case?
So let me rephrase difficult and say that I believe the analysis would not be probative, and the answer is no, we have not done an analysis because I don't believe it would accurately demonstrate harm to customers. I believe the strategy we are taking is designed particularly to limit harm to customers.
Okay, thank you. And have you or Duke attempted to measure how use of the supply offer adjustment has changed Duke's cost of power production relative to a counterfactual where Duke was not using the supply offer adjustment?
Right. No, we have not. We've not completed that kind of hypothetical.
Okay, thank you. Could you turn to page 9 of your direct testimony? And at line 12 on page 9, you refer to a full load burn rate, which is a term that recurs throughout your testimony. Can you describe for us how you or Duke defines a full load burn rate?
So I will say that that is an input for us from the generation group, but strictly speaking, it's at max capacity, how much coal the unit would burn in a 24-hour period.
Thank you. So if Gibson Unit 1, let's say, we're running at 100% of its nameplate capacity. Is that the idea?
That's right.
Thank you. If you could turn to page 10 of your direct testimony at line 13, it says, as part of calculating the supply offer adjustment, Duke Energy Indiana looks to first use market solutions to solve for volumetric build or depletion of the company's inventory balances. Going to page 50, excuse me, going to line 15. Do you see that?
I do.
And can you explain what you mean by solve or solving there?
Sure. So I referenced this briefly earlier. Most of our coal contracts contain some type of a contractual provision to either adjust up or down the volume of coal we take in any particular period, usually quarterly. If our models are indicating that we are not going to require that coal because of some change in burn, whether it was the economics or some other factor, then we would look to those contractual commercial solutions first, because we've already paid for those in the price of the contract, right? So those are no cost. We would also look to another strategy we have is we could potentially defer tons. TERS we have under contract for 23, we could defer these out to 24.
Okay, thank you. So by market solutions, you are not referring to the MISO energy market. Is that correct?
No, we're referring to the coal market, right? So spot purchases I think would also fit into this category of mitigations.
Thank you. By any chance, were you attending, I wasn't here, were you attending or listening to the hearing on last Friday, the 30th of August, when your colleague, Mr. Luke, was discussing, as he put it, the flexibility of the Edwardsport plant?
No, I'm sorry, I was not.
Assuming Edwardsport is available to operate on coal or gas, would you say that the option to switch fuels at Edwardsport could be one measure to, as you put it, solve coal inventories?
So yes, we actually used the flexibility at Edwardsport during the 22 period to solve for not necessarily coal inventory at Edwardsport, but for coal inventory at Cayuga. So yes, that is one of the levers. I mean, it's limited in scope in terms of our ability to switch from to, I assume you're saying, in an undersupplied condition, right, to switch to gas in order to conserve coal. So it's a very complicated analysis and decision process around that ability to the longevity really of how long we can do that and how big a problem you can really solve. But yes, it is a tool in our toolbox, and we have used it.
Thank you. Could you turn to page 17 of your direct testimony? And from lines 16 to 18, you say, to forecast the output of the company's generating units, the company uses a stochastic production costing model calibrated to the Duke Energy Indiana system for forecasting. Do you see that?
I do.
And is that referring to the FAST model?
It is.
And where you say that the FAST model is calibrated to the Duke Energy Indiana system, does that mean the model ignores the availability of power from the remainder of the state of Indiana?
No, and so when we say availability of the state of Indiana, I imagine you mean the availability of power from the MISO market, right?
That was going to be my next question, but
Yeah.
perhaps you could address them both.
Okay. So first of all, when we say attuned, what's the word we used? I'm sorry. Anyway, when we say calibrated, I forgot what the exact word means. It means the model considers the Duke fleet, right? This is a production cost model, so it's when it's that's its fundamental purpose, is to determine the coal burn and the gas burn and the oil burn of the fleet within the larger context of MISO.
Okay, thank you. And at the bottom of page 17, line 22, it says the model simulates the economic dispatch of the company's generating fleet and projects purchases on an hourly basis to meet the forecasted load for current and future periods for 100 individual scenarios. Do you see that?
Yes.
And where you say that the model is simulating economic dispatch, how are the offers for the simulated energy market formed within the model?
So the offers for the units are part of the parameters that are input into the model. The offers for the MISO market are a function of the observable MISO curve broken down and shaped into an hourly dispatch curve. And so when we say purchases, right, purchases in this context mean the net of the Indiana load versus the generation that we expect to be online that's owned by Duke.
So is the model simulating locational marginal price in various hours? Is that how it works?
So it takes historical basis of the LMPs as part of its, yes.
And does the model use the fuel cost of different Duke generating units to decide if they will be dispatched?
Again, it takes the forward power curve, the forward fuel curves, gas curve as well as the expected dispatch price of the coal that we'll have delivered at the station. That's how we dispatch the coal against the cost of the coal that we have on the ground that's being delivered.
So with regard to your last point about the valuation of the coal, are you saying that for the model, it treats coal as, and you'll forgive me for using maybe a layperson's term, first in, first out?
No, we don't use first in, first out. The coal price is the delivered price of the contracted coal to the station during that month. So there are several ways to dispatch, right? The one we don't use a market dispatch or market replacement. We use the delivered coal supply. So
Okay.
we have an idea of what that coal price would be.
Okay, thank you. And does the FAST model, in the context you're discussing on pages 17 and 18, does the FAST model use the supply offer adjustment to simulate economic dispatch as you stated at the bottom of page 17?
No, I don't believe that that's a component, right? That's the adjustment process is reactive to what's happening in real time.
Okay, thank you. Can we turn to page 19, please, of your direct testimony? And I'm going to seek to avoid discussing any confidential information if you feel that we're required to discuss confidential information in order for you to answer my question, please let us know.
Sure.
But at the bottom of page 19, starting at line 16, you said the company actively manages system inventories within established reliability and operational safety tolerances, which are typically a minimum of blank, it was redacted, days, and maximum of blank, it was redacted, days, full load burn inventory. Do you see that?
Yes.
And my first question is, if you can tell us without verging into confidential information, how did Duke determine the minimum value there?
So the minimum value it's somewhat anecdotal, but it's also based on the kind of our historic ability to deliver coal at a certain rate, right, to a certain facility that will drive how low we feel it's comfortable, you know, to get how comfortable we are with the coal supply, you know, getting to a certain level. So I mean, it's really a function of how fast we think we can recover.
Okay, thank you. And then I have the same question for how Duke determined the maximum value.
And that's more of a safety issue around piles that get difficult to groom when they get too large.
And which teams or personnel at Duke informed the determination of the maximum allowed level?
So that would be Mr. Luke's team.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Verderame, next, I would like to discuss your rebuttal testimony, which was Petitioner's Exhibit 44.
I have it.
And at page 4 of your rebuttal, lines 9 and 10, you stated that Duke incorporates flexibility into the commercial terms negotiated with its suppliers to provide for opportunities to adjust its contractual obligations as coal market conditions change. Actually going to line 11. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us some examples of such commercial terms in coal supply contracts with flexibility?
Yes, I think we're coming back to these contractual flex options. I don't have the specifics contract by contract, and they would be commercially sensitive anyway, but to the extent that we can, and this oftentimes is a function of bargaining position, you know, the conditions in the market, right? In 21 and 22, there was very little flexibility we could get in our additional coal contracts because it was I'll call it a seller's market, right, for a casual term. During other periods, in order to be competitive, we require some amount of flexibility. Now, it's not a lot generally, but it's enough to give us a lever to make an adjustment to our obligation with some notice to to the supplier. Again, with kind of within, it's not 50% or 100%, right? It's some small amount that the supplier feels comfortable with that they can accommodate and a change to the obligation. And again, the other thing would be, on a one-off type of deferral.
And does Duke currently have options in any of your coal supply contracts for that type of deferral, as you mentioned?
Not necessarily for the deferral, but for the flex, yes.
Okay, thank you. Could we turn to page 6 of your rebuttal? And at lines 9 to 14, you engaged with a recommendation that CAC witness Ms. Glick made in direct testimony about the level of projected coal burn on which the company should base its procurement. And you wrote, starting at line 9, while Ms. Glick recommends that the commission should instruct the company to procure to the P50 coal burn, as discussed in my direct testimony, Duke Energy Indiana procures to the mean coal burn forecast, not the P50. And first, do you see that?
I do.
And where you use the term mean burn forecast, does that mean you take a simple arithmetic mean of the coal burn values across all 100 scenarios?
Yes.
And when you refer to P50, that would be the median value of the 100 scenarios?
That would be 50 on 49 on either side, yes. Exactly. And I'll finish it by saying that, the reason we do that is the mean is more representative of I'd say the skew of the distribution. Sometimes the skew is greater on the high side of the burn. Sometimes the skew is greater on the low side of the burn. So taking the median or taking the P50, I think degrades the analysis, right? It doesn't express the possibility that burns may actually be lower, right, than the mean, right? So the mean and the median can switch. Sorry.
Thanks. You went somewhat beyond my question, but you got into ground I was hoping to discuss next, so thanks for that. So the circumstance where the mean coal burn value or projected coal burn value would exceed the median is where the distribution or histogram of all the 100 scenarios is skewed to the right because there's some outliers on the high side. Is that right? And the opposite circumstance where the mean is less than the median is because the distribution or histogram of the 100 scenarios is skewed to the left because of some outliers on the low side, right? If the FAST model ran, let's say not 100, but 1 million stochastic scenarios, what would you expect the distribution to look like in terms of symmetry or skew?
So I think I've indulged this conversation to the limit I think that I actually can. I think you'll get a much more fulsome response from Mr. O'Connor in terms of, he's the math major. I really think you'll get a better answer from him. I'm not trying to defer, but.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we would like to circulate in the room an exhibit which I believe has been provided to Mr. Verderami, right? And we would mark this as CAC CX7. Oh, my co-counsel informs me that it's already been circulated throughout the room. Mr. Verderami, do you have that exhibit?
I do.
And this exhibit consists of 6 discovery responses provided by Duke. Specifically, they were numbered CAC 13.04 and CAC 13.06, which were provided on July 22, 2024. Although the date at the top shows the date that Duke received the questions. And the next 4 pages are discovery responses numbered as CAC 17.01, 17.02, 17.03, and 17.04, which Duke provided on August 26, 2024. Although again, the date at the top shows the date that Duke received the questions. Mr. Verderami, are you familiar with the 6 discovery responses? You can take your time.
So I think generally,
Okay, thank you. Could you look at the first page, which is Duke's response to CAC 13.04? And you see in part C of the response where Duke states, I guess, reiterating the previous discovery response, Duke states, starting in April 2023, FAC 136, the Fleet Analytics Stochastic Tool, FAST model outputs began being used as part of the forecasting future fuel costs. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, if you know, is Duke using the FAST model in FAC proceedings for estimating a future 3-month period?
yes, it is.
Thank you. And is the FAST model used for developing the base cost of fuel that's proposed in this instant base rate proceeding?
I believe it is.
Okay, thank you. And is the supply offer adjustment used for developing the base cost of fuel proposed in this base rate proceeding?
That one I can't for sure say. I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Would Mr. O'Connor possibly have a good idea on my last question?
He might, but it might be Ms. Graff. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. And could you turn to the 4th page of this exhibit, which is the discovery response marked as CAC 17.02?
Mm-hmm.
You see in Part A, in the response Part A, where it says, in addition to maintaining coal inventories, Duke Energy Indiana has extended the natural gas and power financial hedging programs employed by the company to a rolling 36 months and rolling 12 months respectively to mitigate exposure to volatile MISO market prices.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask a couple questions about the natural gas hedging program that you describe in Part A. How much of Duke's gas needs are being hedged in this program?
So I believe we're getting to a confidential, confidential answer there on how much, what we target. But I will say there are diminishing targets for each successive year that allows us to roll, kind of dollar cost average fuel in as we roll through the years.
Okay,
We'll say it declines though.
okay, thank you. And if you can say non-confidentially, what types of entities are the counterparties for natural gas hedging?
So they're mostly, these are financial hedges that we're doing. They're not physical hedges, right? So they're financial swaps executed on the international ICE exchange, and so I would say it's probably a mix of producers, primarily financial players.
Okay, thank you. And at a high level, how does Duke decide what fixed price to accept in a gas hedging arrangement?
Yeah, so the hedging program, like all our hedging programs, is fairly formulaic in terms of maintaining hedges within these prescribed ranges. So there is some discretion around actual execution, but in general, we draw a circle around, this is the target for this amount, this exposure, in terms of how far out it is, to the delivery period.
Okay. And then I have similar questions about the power financial hedging program as you describe in the response to Part A. That does not refer to coal, right? That refers to power?
Power, yes.
And how much of Duke's electric load is being hedged in this financial hedging
So
program?
again, right, I think we're getting into confidential, but that one is a little bit different because those risk tolerances are more around a net limit on net short position and then limit on a net long position. So not necessarily prescriptive targets.
Okay. And at a high level, what types of entities are the counterparties for the power financial hedging arrangements?
I would say it's the same mix of either folks with exposure to MISO power prices or just straight up financial players.
Okay. Thank you. And next, Mr. Verderami, I'd like to ask you a question about a discovery response that is actually already in testimony. It was included as an attachment in the public testimony of CAC witness Glick. Could I ask that the public testimony of Ms. Glick be provided to Mr. Verderami?
We'll go off the record while that's accomplished.
The green was the confidential.
Guess we're done with that, right?
Your Honor, could
Thank you,
we,
Ms. Washburn. We'll go back on the record. Mr. Doshi.
sorry, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Verderami, I believe you've been given a copy of the public testimony of CAC witness Glick.
Looks like yes.
And at approximately the 86th page of the document, I'm sorry, I should have tabbed this for you. The discovery response I'd like to talk about is Duke's response to CAC 3.11. And the heading at the top says attachment DG2, and the page number at the bottom says 19.
I'm on page 86.
We'll go off the record. Mr. Doshi, if you would direct him to the specific page, or Ms. Washburn. We'll go off the record.
I don't see 19.
Thank you, Ms. Washburn. We'll go back on the record. Mr. Doshi?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Verderami. Do you have Duke's response to data request CAC 3.11, which was part of the Glick testimony, in front of you?
I do.
Thank you. And do you recall sponsoring this discovery response?
I can't say I absolutely recall it, but I reviewed all of them, so.
Okay, thank you. And could you look at Duke's response in Part B, in the final sentence where it says, this stochastic modeling process produces 100 simulations, after which the model selects a supply offer adjustment that provides the expected least cost outcome within coal inventory bounds set for reliability purposes. Do you see that?
I do.
And where you describe a least cost outcome, over what time horizon is the model measuring cost?
So not having read the entirety of the paragraph, but I can answer the question that it's basically 1 year.
Okay. Thank you. And if you know, is the simulation checking to see if the minimum and maximum coal inventory bounds are breached, like at any single moment over the year?
Yes. That's the kind of the whole purpose of it is to drive a least cost path. Some point from today to the end of the end of the year, there will be more opportune times to implement an adjustment than others. I think that's the elegance of the whole analysis, right? That it's not just a must run, right, or a not burn, right? That we're looking forward and contemplating not just, considering not just the power prices, but as well as the availability of deliveries as well as, you know, some component of uncertainty.
And the evaluation of whether coal inventory bounds are being breached, is that also over a 1-year time horizon?
Generally, we look at it over 1 year, yeah. I think the analysis, if you had Mr. O'Connor up here, the analysis primarily focuses on getting through the next, you know, stress period of either low inventory or higher inventory, but there's visibility into beyond that as well.
So if the model looks ahead for the next year and hypothetically, if it did not see any moments where coal inventory bounds are going to be breached after the model does all of its simulated firing of the different power plants. In that hypothetical that I posited, would there not be any supply offer adjustment?
That's right, there would be no adjustment.
Okay, thank you. And where you mentioned the expected least cost outcome, what are the different types of costs being considered there?
So part of the analysis would be the forward ability to secure more coal if we were short. The other analysis would be, I think maybe it's easiest to say a bad outcome would be if we were forced to put a large adjustment on a unit during a period of low power prices, right? So we want to look at if there's an unsolvable inventory issue, we look forward to the period in time where we can do the least adjustment and still solve the inventory problem. So all the economic, all the commercial, you know, levers have been pulled, right? The solution now becomes a positive or a negative adjustment to the dispatch price.
Okay, and my question was the term least cost outcome or expected least cost outcome. That should, to me, mean you can rank different outcomes by a single dollar variable. My question is, what costs are going into that measurement?
Yeah, so there are certain explicit costs, right? If we were to need to sell coal, right, then part of the external to the model analysis would be determine the cost of that, right? And then that could be, I think it doesn't get explicitly compared, but I think it's generally, we can look at a solution in the of the adjustment that is a $2 or $1 solution versus to a megawatt hour solution versus a $30 a ton buyout from the coal producer. But again, you know, this is beyond just the economics of a buyout versus a dispatch solution, right? We're trying to manage through a devolving supply chain that cannot accommodate, right? And even if it could accommodate it, I think at some point we have recognized, right, and we're seeing this, that as if I were to go to a supplier and say, I don't want this 2 million tons, they will shut in that production, and then that production may not and probably won't come back, right? So there's a fuel reliability and a continuity component to this that transcends the absolute dollars of the solution.
I understand what you're saying about the qualitative considerations, but I'm still not sure how the costs of different outcomes are being compared within the meaning of the sentence we looked at. If you're not sure, perhaps I could ask Mr. O'Connor later.
You can ask Mr. O'Connor, but I think in the context of this sentence, the least cost is the dispatch solution over the time horizon. Right? We have already having considered the other alternatives.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to request to move in camera to discuss some confidential evidence.
Okay, we'll now go in camera. I'll cease the live stream. All right, Mr. Doshi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I move for admission of CAC Exhibit CX7?
Duke, any objection?
Your Honor, I do have to object to the admission of CX7. Mr. Verderami was given this document. He was asked about, I think, 2 pages, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages here, which are all separate questions and answers with various objections. He was asked about 2 of those. And I would also say the questions he was asked were simply reading the response, asking him if he saw it. There were a couple questions generally in the subject matter, but not specific to the document and at hand. And so I would assert that the proper foundation has not been laid for CAC CX7. Thank you.
City of Westfield, any objections?
No objection.
Industrial Group?
No objection.
Nucor Steel?
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce?
No objection.
Sierra Club? Walmart? Not present. OECC?
No objection.
Okay. Mr. Doshi, your response to the objection?
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the 2 pages that I did discuss with Mr. Verderami, namely the first page, which was CAC 13.04, or the response to that. On that one, I asked Mr. Verderami a few questions about how the FAST model is being used by Duke in FAC cases as well as in this case to forecast fuel costs. And on the 4th page of the exhibit, which is the response to CAC 17.02, I asked Mr. Verderami a few questions about the financial hedging programs that Duke described in the response. And as to the other 4 pages, I certainly could ask Mr. Verderami a few questions to establish his foundation for understanding the contents of those 4 pages.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Yep, thank you, Your Honor. This has been put forward as a piece of evidence to, I guess, support the assertions being made by the CAC. The document has not been authenticated as to, what it is, what it purports to be. I'm not going to dispute the fact that my colleague here asked questions regarding the FAST model and what the FAST model's been used for, or the company's hedging programs. I mean, those are in Mr. Verderami's testimony, and he answered those questions. As to the piece of evidence, what it is, particularly on 1, 2, 3, 4 pages that weren't even discussed, determined what it is, I'd have to assert still there's no proper foundation that has been laid for the entirety of CAC CX7.
Objection sustained. Mr. Doshi, you may proceed.
Your Honor, could I have leave to go through each of the pages with Mr. Verderami to establish his understanding of what they are?
Yes, you have the opportunity to lay a foundation, correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Verderami, do you have what was labeled as CAC Exhibit CX7?
I do, Mr. Doshi.
Thank you. And on the first page, which is labeled as CAC 13.04, do you recall providing information as part of Duke's preparation of this response?
Again, not particularly, but I know I reviewed them all.
Does it look familiar to you as a response that Duke provided in the discovery process?
That's,
Okay, thank you. And on page 2, which is labeled as CAC 13.06, do you recall providing information for this response as part of Duke's preparation of the response?
no, but it looks familiar.
And do you recognize this response as a discovery response Duke provided in the course of discovery in this case?
I see I'm the witness, yes.
Okay, thank you. On the third page, which is labeled as CAC 17.01, do you recall providing information for this response as part of Duke's preparation of this response?
So I see that my response is limited to subpart A.
Do you recall reviewing this response before Duke provided it?
It's a fairly generic response, so yeah. Again, I'm not sure why I'm limited to subpart A and who's responsible for subpart B. Doesn't seem to say.
Do you see at the top where the rebuttal testimony of
Does reference my testimony, yes.
witness Verderami was referenced? And overall, does this look familiar to you as a response that Duke provided in the discovery process?
It looks consistent with our responses, yes.
Thank you. And then the fourth page, which we looked at before, labeled as CAC 17.02, do you recall providing information for Duke's preparation of this response?
Yes.
And does this overall response look familiar to you as a response Duke provided in the discovery process?
Looks familiar, yeah. Yes.
And on the fifth page, labeled as CAC 17.03, do you recall providing information for this response?
We didn't provide much of a response here, so it may not have gotten to me. Looks like we objected. I see we did respond to B. So yeah, I agree.
Does it look like a response that Duke provided in the discovery process?
It does.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you speak to the
It
microphone
does.
and
I'm
repeat your
sorry,
answer?
Honor.
Thank you.
And do you see in the response to 17.03A where it states, to the extent the company's coal inventory exceeds the 45-day level, then Duke Energy Indiana confirms it would earn a return on a larger quantity of coal than is currently included in base rates and earning a return. Do you personally agree with that statement?
This one's a little out of context for me, Mr. Doshi. I do agree with my testimony that Duke has no incentive to over-forecast or over-procure coal. So I do believe, subject to the FAC reviews, that we would earn a return on coal over 45 days.
Okay. And in Part B, where
Actually, no. I apologize. I think we're out of my depth here in terms of return on over 45 days. I believe that's a rate case issue here, and I inadvertently made it a fuel case issue.
Do you recall helping to prepare this response after your rebuttal testimony was invoked in the question?
Honestly, I don't.
Do you have any idea if you are not the best witness to ask questions about this response, would any other witness be?
Yeah, I think one of our rates witnesses would be the better witness.
Okay. And the final page, 17.04. Do you recall providing any information to prepare this response?
Yeah, I do.
And does this look like a response that Duke provided in the discovery process?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Mr. Verderami, in your direct testimony, pardon me while I look for the reference. Could you turn to your direct testimony, page 19?
Mm-hmm.
At line 7 through to line 10, you stated, the company is proposing to build into its base rates a representative balance of coal inventory, approximately 2,333,474 tons, or 45 days full load burn at a rate of 51,490 tons per day, and then track the actual inventory balance both up and down in the company's quarterly FAC filings. Do you see that?
I do.
And is it your understanding, based on what you've proposed there, that if actual coal inventory rises above 45 days full load burn, then Duke will earn a higher return on coal inventory than what's being proposed at the base level in this base rate case?
So again,
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Verderami's been asked this question when the council was reviewing page 5 of their cross exhibit. He indicated that question was better for a rate witness. I would also point to the lines that council just read. He left off the end of that sentence where it points to as further discussed in the testimony of company witness Ms. Graff, who conveniently is a rate witness. So I would argue that Mr. Verderami has already answered this question in the way that he is capable, and that what council is getting into is a rate-specific question that has already been directed towards which witness to ask. Thank you.
Mr. Doshi?
Your Honor, Mr. Verderami raised the rate-making issue in his testimony. He put himself forward as a witness who can speak to the proposal. So I'm just trying to understand his view of how the proposal that he proposes would work.
Mr. Wells.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. This misrepresents the testimony of what Mr. Verderami has put forward. He talks about the coal inventory tracking mechanism from a policy standpoint and discusses the levels of inventory would be tracked. He does not talk about the rate-making implications, the return, the accounting provisions, and specifically points to Ms. Graff and has already testified here today that the questions are better directed towards a rate witness, which we have offered those witnesses in this case.
The objection is overruled to the extent the witness is able to answer the question, he's directed to do so. Mr. Doshi.
Thank
Proceed forward.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Verderami, I think I was simply asking before, do you agree that if the company's coal inventory rises above 45 days, full load burn, then via a future FAC case, the company would then earn a higher return than what is being proposed at the base level in this base rate case?
So first of all, let me apologize to everyone for taking us down this rabbit hole. My objection or my answer originally to the data request was that it was out of context for me, and I was answering it in terms of current state, not the proposed rider for tracking fuel, or tracking coal inventory. And so, yes, obviously I'm aware of the tracker proposal. I can't say, again, back to, Ms. Graff can speak to this better in terms of earning, in terms of the actual flow through the rates. But yes, the tracker is designed to address issues of both higher inventories as well as lower inventories than the 45 days. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say we would earn more. I'd say those costs and benefits flow through, under this proposal, flow through the customers in real time, as opposed to being stagnant in a rate case at 45 days.
Thank you, Mr. Verderami. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to renew my motion for admission of CAC Exhibit CX7.
Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Your Honor. No objection except for page 5, I believe it is. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mr. Verderami had indicated, while it does mention his testimony, he mentioned, he did say that these answers were best to lay with a rate witness. And I think as the further questioning went on, we explored that some more. And I think what was asked here and answered were rates questions, and that is obviously outside the scope of the direct testimony or the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Verderami. So no objection as to the other 6 pages, but page 5, we object to the inclusion of that. And I'd also just comment that, there are 6 data requests here that are not all specific to the same subject matter. They all handle different things. So I think it's a little complicated and challenging to try to put that forward as one cross exhibit. I mean, these are all standalone pieces of evidence that have been bundled together, and it has not been demonstrated as to how they are all integral to each other. And that, I think, makes it more difficult for the record and the rules of evidence when it's treated as a bundle like this. But to make things more efficient, we would stand down on the objection to the other pages, but page 5, we'd continue to assert that there's no authentication.
Mr. Doshi, particularly in response to his page 5 objection.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The question, discovery question, CAC 17.03, was prompted, as shown at the top of it. This is page 5 of the proposed exhibit. It was prompted by a statement by Mr. Verderami in rebuttal testimony that Duke has no incentive to over-forecast or over-procure coal, which seems to be a opinion about rate-making issues, which is why we thought it was appropriate to ask Mr. Verderami, why we thought it was appropriate to seek to admit this response via Mr. Verderami, as well as to ask him the questions that I did. Additionally, to Mr. Wells's point about the compilation of multiple discovery responses in one exhibit, we did that for simplicity, but certainly going forward could not do that and introduce them as separate cross exhibits.
Mr. Wells.
I would just reassert that the question may have started with a reference to Mr. Verderami's direct testimony, but Mr. Verderami testified in response to the questions being re-asked to him on the record that they were rate answers from rate witnesses, and we have made those witnesses available here. And so I would say that the foundation still has not been laid for that specific page.
Pages 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 of CAC cross-examination 7 are admitted into the record without objection. Page 5, the motion to admit is denied. CAC, you're directed to submit a clean copy of CX. I don't know if you're going to try to lay a new foundation for 17.3, page 5.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would not seek to lay additional foundation for page 5 of the proposed exhibit, CAC 17.03, but we would ask that we be granted the opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Graft about this discovery response. There was no sponsoring witness listed on the response, and the question was initiated in response or initiated due to a testimonial statement by Mr. Verderami. So we thought Mr. Verderami was an appropriate witness to seek to admit this through. If it's more appropriate to admit the discovery response through a rate-making witness, we would seek leave to cross-examine Ms. Graft again.
All right, CAC is directed to provide a clean copy of CAC cross-examination 7, omitting page 5, which is numbered as 7, but it's the 5th page as you count them. That would be CAC 17.03. In terms of CAC's request to recall the witness, is it your plan to recall for cross-examination? Are you trying to recall her as a direct examination witness? I don't understand your request.
Your Honor, we would be more than amenable to reach agreement with the company to stipulate to the admission of this discovery response in lieu of additional cross-examination of Ms. Graft. But as we had no inkling that Mr. Verderami was not an appropriate witness to admit the discovery response through, and no other sponsoring witness was listed, we would, in lieu of a stipulation, we would like the opportunity to recall and cross-examine Ms. Graft.
Mr. Wells?
Your Honor, CAC's already been provided the opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Graft. The company is not, responsible for the way they want to approach their exhibits and their cross-examination strategy. Ms. Graff was available for cross-examination, was excused, and the company would assert that there's no need to bring her back. They've obviously had all of this ready and knew that she discussed this topic in her testimony and her rebuttal, and I guess I'm not sure if she was cross-examined specifically on it, but it's been made available and was a clear topic and available topic, and they chose not to do so.
Mr. Doshi?
Your Honor, I would just reiterate that because there is no sponsoring witness listed, and Mr. Verderami's name and his rebuttal testimony was invoked at the top, we believed that Mr. Verderami was the most appropriate witness to discuss this discovery response at hearing and through which to seek admission of it.
Your Honor?
The request to recross-examine, I'm sorry, Ms. Balzer.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Before you issued a ruling, I was hoping the industrial group would like to join in the CAC's motion, and I'm doing this as a matter of process because with this cross-examination with this discovery response, it references Mr. Verderami's testimony. It doesn't indicate that any other witness is the correct witness that should be cross-examined on this issue. I don't know how CAC should have known that they should have asked Ms. Graft of the question, but in the absence of any other witness that this discovery request was directed to object to on foundation grounds of their own response to discovery is unreasonable under the circumstances, and because the industrial group also routinely submits discovery requests and receives responses that don't identify the witness to whom the question should be directed in a hearing, we have an interest in ensuring that this kind of thing doesn't happen to us the next time we try to introduce a document into the record when Duke's response does not identify the witness to whom the question should be directed.
Your Honor?
So we're joining in this motion, in the motion to either recall Ms. Graft or request that it be stipulated to.
Right, the motion to recross the witness is denied. Mr. Doshi, please proceed forward.
Your Honor, I wasn't given an opportunity to speak. May I please?
All right, let's go around the room. All right, City of Westfield.
We have nothing to add, Your Honor.
Nucor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce. Ms. Wheeler.
Your Honor, I simply wanted to note for the record the following things. Number one, that I don't think after the second time Mr. Doshi attempted to lay the foundation that you went around the room and asked if there were other objections, just as a matter of process.
Thank you.
But that said, I share the concern about any party objecting to the authenticity of their own data request responses, as well as when virtually every data request I've ever seen asks for the witness to be identified, and clearly they identified some and did not identify others upon CAC's request and the data requests of other parties. I think that's gamesmanship. I think it's unfair, and would simply like to note that objection for purposes of protecting the argument, should it be needed on appeal. And I would also ask the bench to ask petitioner to identify who of the remaining witnesses that have not yet taken the stand are the appropriate ones for Mr. Doshi and any other interested party to question. Thank you.
OECC.
Your Honor, for the record, we concur in the expressed concerns about being barred from offering or having accepted an exhibit where there is only one witness, in this case, Mr. Verderami named, and no one else has sponsored this document. It does beg the question of why there is so much of an objection to this document. Nonetheless, yeah, the OUCC doesn't want to have to deal with this either, and I think it's a due process question.
I'll take the motion to recross under advisement. I'll have an answer after our upcoming lunch break. In the meantime, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson,
Your
you
Honor,
have
yeah, can
follow-up
I-
to all that? Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a quick response that I think for efficiency purposes may make things a little better. While I would have contention with some of the statements that were made by my co-counsel, I will say at this point, just for efficiency and to make things move a little smoother, I will remove the objection to 17.03 and let the commission handle it as how they wish at this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wells. All right, CAC cross-examination 7 is admitted in its entirety. Mr. Doshi.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for Mr. Verderami.
Duke, did you have redirect?
No, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do you have any questions?
Mr. Verderami, you spoke a little earlier about, I'm sorry?
The OUCC does have questions, but I will defer to the bench.
No, that's all right. You go ahead.
Your Honor, did you want me to proceed, or did you want to proceed after lunch?
I apologize. I went out of order here. All right, City of Westfield,
No questions, Your Honor.
Duke, Industrial Group.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Verderami, I want to follow up with you regarding some of the questions you received fairly early on in your discussion with Mr. Doshi. Do you recall earlier this morning you were discussing some issues with the labor market with Mr. Doshi?
Yes, I do.
And I think you discussed something along the lines of an aging workforce as part of that, the labor issues that you had identified. May I clarify, these labor issues that you've discussed, are you talking about general economy labor issues, general energy labor issues, or are these specific to coal, that your discussion of the labor?
So I was speaking specifically to coal.
And can you elaborate on why coal specifically you identified as having particular labor issues?
Well, one, I think there are, done some little bit of research on this. There are alternatives now, better paying alternatives to mining. I think that don't require people going underground. I think, so there's part of a shift there in opportunities. But I think there's also, I think the recognition that a 22-year-old can only foresee a 10 or 15-year career, if that, in a coal mining career. And so I think that that's limiting the coal suppliers' ability to attract labor.
Does that issue become increasingly exacerbated as time continues into the future,
I think it does.
specifically with respect to coal?
I think with the whole coal supply chain.
Does that impact the reliability of the use of coal going into the future?
I think it's part of the calculus that we all need to do as we look towards the end of life of coal facilities. Are they really providing the value that they once did as some of these issues around maintenance, particularly, and staffing become more exacerbated as there are fewer and fewer coal plants.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nucor,
No questions, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce,
No questions, Your Honor.
Walmart, nope, not present. OECC,
Do you want me to start my cross of Mr. Verderami now? It is almost lunchtime.
Duke, how many more witnesses do you anticipate getting in today?
Yeah, Your Honor, we can go through all of them. I think all of them are here available, maybe except Spanos and Seiferman.
Okay. Ms. Hitz, let's accomplish what we can.
Okay,
Proceed.
not a problem. Good afternoon, Mr. Verderami. So in your direct testimony, you're talking about the coal inventory. We've been talking about it quite a bit this morning. And that's, as I recall, 139 million that Duke is requesting be placed into rates and upon which it would earn a return. Is that correct?
So I'm sorry, I don't have that number in my testimony.
Okay, fair enough. You talked quite a bit about the stochastic forecast, the FAST. I have to admit, the first time I saw the word stochastic, I was a little bit put off. And I'm thinking of this FAST model, and if you'll forgive the kind of generic. So do you recall the old lottery? There would be a huge ball full, and you'd spin it and it would spit out a number. And the FAST model is at a more sophisticated level like that, in that it puts coal inventory in, it puts expected market prices, and it spits out a range of analysis. Am I correct?
I'd say the more sophisticated part is probably the thing worth dwelling on, because it's not just random balls in a box, right? All these, there's correlations between the different parameters that are in the model, correlations between gas and power and temperature and others as well. So not quite so random, but yes, a distribution of outcomes is the result.
Thank you. Now, you indicated it's commodity prices, generation, stressors, and that you end up with choices at both ends of the spectrum. And those are, I'm reminded again of something different, which is the depreciation curves, where you have things where it tails off at the end. And those are the less likely outcomes. Would I be correct in saying that?
I'd say that's in a simple way, that's probably a fair way.
All right. Does Duke, when it's doing its FAST analysis, does it specifically choose what factors to put in, or is this dependent on set parameters? For example, what's the MISO price on a given day? What's the gas price on a given day?
It's the latter. So we use third-party inputs for those type of parameters. The other parameters are all defined by basically by the generation fleet itself.
All right. And when you say that you use, I believe you referred to it as the P25 and P75, so that's the middle 50. How do you end up choosing those things?
So we don't necessarily choose those things. That provides a range, and one of the data requests had that graph that showed the blue bar with the whiskers on the outside. And so that blue bar is the range of possibilities that we reasonably think we can plan to in terms of adjusting from the gold dot in the middle, right, as we proceed through time. And there are mitigations that we plan around there, whether they are or others, right, to solve. Inventory is a big part of taking up the slack, if you will, from the forecast to what actually actualizes. So it's more of a planning parameter. We realize we can't plan to the whole range of outcomes.
How do you end up choosing the number between P25 and P75?
So we don't choose the number. We plan to the mean, which is in the middle of those 225, roughly somewhere in the middle.
At
right?
P50.
Well, not necessarily P50, but the mean, which is a little bit mathematically different.
That's true. My daughter always reminds me. Mean, medium. Now, you talked a little bit about the coal and rail instability as a result of COVID, and then referred to the now depressed energy markets. So other than the difficulty in finding people to work in coal, have the rail issues been resolved?
I'd say generally from where we were in 21 and 22, the rail issues have resolved themselves. But I think there remains just a capital allocation issue that will only exacerbate as coal becomes less of a part of the railroad's income stream. So again, it comes back to me, to the flexibility and the elasticity to respond to a change in demand. So the railroads have X amount of capital deployed for rail cars, for locomotives, for training, and if there is a change in state, there's not that extra capital allocated to rail, right? It's fairly specific allocation to allow for changes in that demand. So that's the real concern now.
Thank you. So currently, Duke has a cost of fuel built into rates. Most utilities do. And that, from that cost of fuel, utilities adjust up and down in the FAC, correct?
Correct.
And the proposal for the coal inventory is a new proposal for Duke. Is that correct?
That's right. That's correct.
And does Duke, in any of its other iterations, have such a coal inventory built into rates? And I mean Duke Progress, North Carolina.
I'm thinking through, I believe, I hate to say subject to check, but I believe they're all fixed in rates. The idea here is that there is a significant amount of volatility, and a move towards more perfect rate making is just good for customers and for everyone involved.
Well, you already recover the cost of fuel dollar for dollar in the FAC,
In
right?
FAC, correct.
But you don't earn a return on that cost of fuel, do you?
No.
So this gives Duke the opportunity to make its rate base bigger and earn a return.
So we're getting into rates a little bit, but I don't see it as making the rate bigger, right? It just recognizes that it has changed, and if it has gotten smaller, then that will be reflected in the tracker.
But you don't earn a return on fuel at this point, and you will if the commission grants your request. Isn't that correct?
I don't see how this leads to a path of earning on fuel more than we do.
Well, so the inventory in coal is not currently in Duke's rates, correct? And it is recovered through the FAC as it's burned, right? That's right. But now Duke wants to put $139 million, and I understand you don't have that number, but that's what I have in my notes, into rates, and then adjust up and down from that in the FAC.
So I guess my point is that if that inventory is lower than 45 days, then customers will get the benefit of that, right? So it's not necessarily earning more on fuel, it's earning the right amount on fuel.
Do you know, Mr. Verderami, assuming that the commission grants the request to put the coal inventory into rates, then that would be at whatever ROE the commission grants, correct?
I believe so.
Do you know when the inventory is adjusted in the FAC? Will that be at the ROE rate, or will it be at the weighted average cost of capital?
So I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
That's fine.
And Ms. Hitz, we're at 1 o'clock when you get to a convenient stopping point.
I've got a couple more. You talked a bit with Mr. Doshi about hedging not only actual commodities, but also price hedging, correct? Would you agree that hedging sometimes results in customers paying losses of millions of dollars?
So I think yes, but the point of hedging is not necessarily to create revenue or margin. It's to smooth rate impacts of fuel volatility.
Okay. When you're talking about going back to the fuel inventory, you state, page 21, tracking the actual inventory balance, both up and down, in the quarterly FAC filings provides a more proactive mechanism for reflecting the changes in inventory balances in customer rates more quickly as inventory dynamics change. Does that sound familiar to you? Yes. But you're already getting those costs every 3 months through the FAC, as it's suggested, aren't you?
So maybe an example would be good. During the period when we had drawn down the inventories significantly and power prices were high because we couldn't, there was a big under recovery that this mechanism would mute some of that under recovery impact on customers. Some of that high power price.
Well, my question was, you collect the cost of fuel in every FAC ongoing every 3 months, correct?
We do.
And sometimes you undercollect during a period if you don't forecast correctly, right? Do you agree?
But that undercollection is resolved within a very short period of time, not the next rate case.
Thank you, Mr. Verderami. You answered the question that I was aiming for. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Verderami. Appreciate it.
Duke, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Again.
I'll be quick because I'm between now and lunch. Ms. Balzer almost got to where I was going to ask you a question. You testified early on about the risk with the end-of-life coal. And you've also talked about the outer limit of 3 and 4 year contracting, so the procurement side of coal. As we're approaching a new era, potentially, in your life experience and work experience with procuring coal, are you seeing a day when, in the not-too-distant future, where you're going to have to contract for even longer periods of time than 3 or 4 years?
It's a great question, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I believe as the coal market continues to devolve, there's going to be more consolidation. And I think we're already seeing that. We're seeing stressors on even the Indiana suppliers. So I think as we get to fewer suppliers, in order to mitigate, I think, the risk to customers and the market power risk of ending up with 1 or 2 suppliers in Indiana or being forced to go to another basin, I think we're going to have to the contracting strategy will evolve. I don't know that the coal suppliers will ever agree to fixed prices for life of term or life of asset, But I think there will be an evolution into how we fuel the plants. I think we still now have the liquidity and the diversity of supply, but I don't think it extends through the life of the assets.
All right, the time is 1:05. We'll break for 1 hour until 2:05. Thank you, counsel. Go off the record. I'm sorry, before I go off the record, sir, your excuse from the witness stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now we'll go off the record. Okay, we'll go back on the record in 46038. Duke, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Duke calls Mr. Timothy Hill.
Right. Is Mr. Hill sworn?
Yes, he was sworn in this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Hennigan. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hill.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and by whom you're employed and what capacity for the record?
My name is Timothy Hill. I'm employed by... My name...
Is it on? Sorry.
I accidentally turned it off. My name is Timothy Hill. I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services in Charlotte, North Carolina. My role is Vice President of Coal Combustion Projects.
Thank you. Do you have before you what's been marked for identification purposes as Petitioners Exhibit 19, 19C, 42, and 42C?
That's correct.
Are those copies of your direct and rebuttal testimonies in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hill is available for cross-examination.
Citizens Action Coalition,
We do have some questions, Your Honor.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hill. My name is Thomas Marr. I'm an attorney with the Citizens Action Coalition. How are you?
Well,
I'd like to start by walking you through some exhibits that I believe have been placed there on the desk next to you. Is that right? Have they not? Do you have exhibits there with you?
I have several. Yes. Which ones?
There should be exhibits marked. The first one would be CAC CX8. Do you see that? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we go off the record?
Let's go off the record.
I have
We'll go back on the record.
I do have CX8.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Rubel. So with respect to CAC CX8, could you take a moment to flip through it and see what is in this exhibit?
I reviewed it.
Okay, thank you. Would like to take it page by page, if I could. Starting on the first page, do you see that it's marked as Duke's response to CAC Discovery Request 3.01?
I see CAC 3.01 here in the upper right corner of the page.
And then turning to the second page, do you see the response that's provided there on the second page?
Yes, I do.
And is that your name there at the bottom of this response?
Yes, it is.
Did you provide the information that is conveyed in this response?
Yes, I did.
And does this appear to be an accurate copy of the response?
It appears to be.
You turn to the next page. I guess it's 2 pages. Looks like it's marked as attachment CAC 3.1-A, page 1 of 2, and the following page is page 2 of 2. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Were these, was this attachment pages that Duke attached to the discovery response we were just discussing?
It appears they are, yes.
And then on the following page, do you see that it's marked as Duke's response to CAC discovery request 17.33?
Yes.
Did you provide the information that's conveyed here in this discovery response?
Yes.
And does it appear to be an accurate copy to you?
Yes.
Any of you could turn to the following page. See there that it's marked as Duke's response to OUCC discovery request 5.05.
Yes.
Did you provide the information conveyed here in this discovery response?
It appears I did, yes.
And that's your name there at the bottom of the response, correct?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an accurate copy of the response?
It appears to be, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for the admission of Exhibit CAC CX8.
Duke, any objection?
No objection.
The Westfield
No objection.
Industrial Group,
No objection.
Nucor Steel,
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce,
No objection, Your Honor.
Walmart, no. OUCC,
No objection.
okay. CAC Exhibit CX8 is admitted into the record without objection. Sir, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I ask you to turn to the next exhibit, CAC, it's been marked as CAC CX9C. It's on green paper. And this is a confidential response. My questions are not intended to elicit any confidential information, but please let me know if you think such discussion is required. Do you recognize the confidential exhibit here?
Yes, I recognize it.
Is this the Duke's confidential response to OUCC discovery request 5.01?
Yes, it appears to be.
Does it appear to be an accurate copy?
I can't vouch for all the numbers, but it appears to be accurate, yes.
Subject to check, does it appear to be
I
inaccurate?
would, yes.
And turning to page 1, 2, 3, 4 of the exhibit, is that your name there at the bottom of the response?
Yes, it is.
In the following page, do you see where it's marked confidential attachment, OUCC 5.1-A?
Yes.
Does that appear to be an accurate copy of a document that was attached to the discovery response we were just discussing?
Yes, it appears to be.
And then if you could turn to the next page, do you see where it's marked Duke's confidential response to OUCC discovery request 5.07?
Yes, I do.
Does this appear to be an accurate copy of this discovery response?
Yes, it does.
Did you provide the information that's reflected in this response?
Yes, I did.
And on the second page of this response, that's your name there at the bottom, correct?
On the page marked 17, yes. Is that what you're
Yes.
referring to?
Yes.
Yes, that's my name.
Thank you. Your Honors, at this time, CAC would move for the admission of what's been marked as CAC CX9C.
Any objection, Duke?
No, Your Honor.
City of Westfield,
No objection.
Duke Industrial Group,
No, Your Honor.
Nucor Steel,
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce Corporation,
No objection.
OUCC,
No objection.
CAC, Citizen Action Coalition's cross-examination Exhibit 9C is admitted into the record without objection. Sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could I ask you to turn to the next exhibit, what's been marked as CAC CX10?
Yes, I have it.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a letter from the EPA to Mr. Owen Schwartz regarding some concerns at the Gallagher Station.
And who is Owen Schwartz?
Owen Schwartz is a manager of our waste and groundwater section in Indiana.
Was that his role at the time that this letter was sent?
I believe it was, yes.
Did you personally have a role in reviewing this letter?
I read the letter, when it was received by the company. Maybe I don't understand the nature of the question.
Of people within Duke Energy, are you in the role that you're in someone who would have been involved in reviewing and discussing this letter from EPA?
Yes.
I'd like it to direct you to the first paragraph of the letter, last sentence. I'll just read it for the record. It says that this letter also serves to notify you that based on the information provided in those telephone conversations, EPA has concluded that the North Ash Pond and the Primary Pond Asheville area are subject to the requirements of 40 CFR Part 257, Subpart D, in parentheses, the CCR regulations. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
This reference in the letter is a reference to federal CCR regulations that EPA adopted in 2015, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the implication of the statement that I just read would be that EPA believes that Duke should have taken steps to begin complying with federal CCR regulations at these two units at Gallagher that are discussed in the letter in 2015. Is that correct?
That would be the EPA's assertion, yes.
In referring you back to the letter, in the second to last paragraph on the first page, the middle paragraph, do you see the last sentence there where it says, further EPA's understanding?
I do see that, yes.
And just to read that sentence for the record, further EPA's understanding is that Duke has taken no engineering measures to remove any of the groundwater from either unit, and both of these unlined units are sitting in approximately 20 feet of groundwater. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Is that statement accurate?
No.
Why not?
Well, we have proposed plans for engineering controls. Well, let me correct myself. At the time of this letter was issued, we did not. We subsequently revised those plans to include engineering controls. So subsequent to this letter being issued, in May, the legacy rule was issued. Now, the legacy rule, the company's position is those units are under federal regulation per the legacy rule as CCR management units, and per se, they must comply with all of the closure requirements of a CCR unit subject to the rule. And the plans that we have in front of IDEM right now, which we hope to have approved very soon, will close those units with an engineering control that will ensure that it meets the federal standard.
So if I could unpack what you just said, was the statement in the letter that Duke has taken no engineering measures to remove any of the groundwater from either unit, and both of these unlined units are sitting in approximately 20 feet of groundwater, was that statement accurate at the time that the letter was sent?
I don't know the depth of any potential groundwater, so I can't certify that. So I don't know.
Do you know if there was any groundwater in the units at the time the letter was sent?
There may have been water in the units. What you have to understand is if you have water in a unit, the source of that water is not easily determinable. In other words, it could be water from residually sluiced water, stormwater, direct rainfall, stormwater contact that could run in. Trying to make that determination of the water that's in the unit that is a result of infiltration from groundwater coming in. That's not a straightforward calculation to do, and it would require some assumptions. In fact, if you look at what the EPA requires or recommended in their technical memo that they put out in April, they said that it could take utility up to a year with a lot of readings to try to understand what the impacts to groundwater are on a basin. They call that a site conceptual model. It's not as easy like you have X-ray vision where you can look right down to the base of the unit and understand all the three-dimensional topography and what would intersect groundwater. But it really doesn't matter with the legacy rule now. The legacy rule requires utilities to either to prevent the infiltration. So if they do close in place, like we are doing here at Gallagher, they have to install an engineering control that essentially removes that source. Company doesn't dispute that. Its position is that these are CCRMUs subject to federal regulation per the legacy rule, and the plan that we have in front of IDEM meets all federal and state requirements as proposed.
So I believe you said earlier that at the time this letter was sent in, do you recall when this letter was sent?
I think it was January of 2022.
So as of January 2022, there were no engineering controls in place at the Gallagher units that are the subject of this letter, is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And so, looking back at the letter, last paragraph on page 1, this summarizes EPA's position that coal ash impoundments like the 2 units at Gallagher meet the definition of inactive impoundments under the 2015 federal CCR regulations. Is that correct?
Where are you reading? Could you say that again?
It's the first paragraph there at the bottom of page 1, and feel free to take your time and review it if you like.
What part of that paragraph? Is it the last sentence or somewhere else in that paragraph?
I was attempting to summarize the paragraph. We can walk through it sentence by sentence if you like.
Now, would you, now that I know that you're attempting to summarize it, could you rephrase it again or
Sure.
restate it?
So as I read this letter, the last paragraph there on page 1 summarizes EPA's position that CCR units such as the Gallagher units that are the subject of this letter meet the definition of inactive impoundments and are therefore subject to federal regulation under the 2015 CCR rule. Do you agree with that?
I would say that's a fair summation of the EPA's position regarding these 2 basins. The company does not agree with that position, as I stated previously.
And if you could turn to the second page of this exhibit. So there are 3 different headers on this second page of the exhibit. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
There's one header that's primary pond ash fill area, and the second header that is North Ash Pond. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
And is it fair to say that their EPA provides additional discussion as to why it believes that the 2 CCR units at Gallagher are subject to the 2015 federal CCR regulations? Is that fair to say?
I'd say it's a fair summation of the EPA's assertion, yes.
And so at the time this letter was sent, and from your testimony here today, I take it you still have this position. Duke has taken the position that those 2 CCR units at Gallagher are not subject to the 2015 federal rule. Is that right?
That is correct. When you talk about the 2015 rule and you look at the legacy rule that was issued in May, a lot of how you interpret those hangs on the definition section of the regulation. I could parse those definitions for you. I'm not a lawyer. This has obviously been discussed within Duke Energy's legal counsel, and the position is that these are CCMUs that are subject to the legacy rule, not inactive impoundment subject to the original 2015 rule.
And so would it be fair to say that the original closure plans for those 2 Gallagher units, which I well, let me back up a second. Is it correct that the two closure plans for those Gallagher units were submitted in December 2016?
I can't recall the exact date.
Does that sound about right?
I don't know.
Would it have been before the date of this letter, January 2022?
Yes, it would.
Years before?
One or 2 years at least, probably. Yeah.
And those closure plans, would it be fair to say, were not designed to comply with the federal CCR regulations? Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. We wouldn't submit a plan that didn't comply with federal regulations in the opinion of the company.
Well,
So if those opinion of the company was those basins weren't subject to the federal rule, and we submitted a plan without an engineering control, that would not be in the company's position, a plan that was submitted that didn't comply with the federal rule.
Understood. I guess I was just asking you to confirm the basic point that the company didn't believe that compliance with that federal rule was required with respect to those closure plans.
That is correct.
And those closure plans for the two Gallagher units had previously been approved by IDEM, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was before the date of this EPA letter, before January 2022?
That's correct.
When Duke received this letter from EPA, what did it do in response?
I knew I believe we had a discussion with the EPA, and then later, subsequently, we withdrew the two closure plans and resubmitted them for these two basins.
And what were the changes that were made to the closure plans upon resubmittal?
We added engineering controls similar to the primary pond, which had a slurry wall around its perimeter. We expanded the slurry wall concept to incorporate these two basins.
And so the slurry wall would go around 3 CCR units at the site, is that right?
That's correct.
Can you explain what a slurry wall is, just for those of us who have less engineering knowledge?
Have you ever seen a ditch witch digging a trench alongside the road? It's kind of like that. They'll stick it down in, and it'll be like a chain, and they can put grout in there, and they can mix. There's all kind of ways to create the slurry wall. That's probably one of the more common ones. And you put grout in there, and you basically make kind of like a big concrete wall, and these things can go pretty deep.
And then as part of the resubmitted current, I suppose, closure plan for these Gallagher units, is there also a dewatering system?
Yes, that's correct.
And that involves extraction wells with pumps to pump out water from the units, is that right?
That is correct.
And the reason for that is because groundwater is continuing to infiltrate into the coal ash at those units, is that correct?
Once the slurry wall is put in, that would not be correct.
So
let me explain what I would refer to as the gradient control system. Think of like creating a bathtub, right, where you have underlying bedrock that's highly impermeable. You put the slurry wall around it, and you put your cap on top of it. Now, those wells will dewater and remove the free liquids, which is the requirement per the rule. That system, that encapsulated system, should keep water from moving back into the unit or moving out of the unit, either way. There is always, in any type of encapsulation, whether you were to take all this ash and move it into a lined landfill, the liner of that landfill would have some type of leakage through just say you have a landfill that's 15 or 16 acres. regulations will always allow some type of leakage because you can never seal anything off perfectly. So the primary purpose of those dewatering wells is really to remove the free liquids so the company can put the cap on, which is what's in compliance with the closure in place requirements for the federal rule. So those wells would pump down, remove all the free liquids, we would install our cap, and then the gradient control system would remain. And if you think about how a gradient control system works, first off, IDEM requires us to have a gradient control system. It's part of their technical specification, right? And that's referenced in a 40-year-old EPA document where it talks about slurry wall installation. And in that EPA document, it talks about a gradient control system that's used in what they call the circumferential application of a slurry wall, which is the creation of this bathtub. So even back in 1984, the EPA recognized you had to have some type of a gradient control system in there to take care of any leakage, just like we have leakage detection pumps in our landfills that will capture any small leakage that comes through, and you can capture that. So that's actually in an EPA technical paper that IDEM used to base their technical guidance on. We couldn't have proposed that plan without complying with that IDEM regulation. The company expects that any leakage going into that unit from the slurry wall, the cap from above, or the base would be extremely small. I think the values I've seen calculated is about 1/3 of a gallon per minute. And when you look at that, a leakage that small over a total area of about 118 acres, that's pretty much no leakage, really.
But there will still be a dewatering system that will dewater the unit periodically.
It would be, and at that rate, that would be about maybe 170,000 gallons per year that system might pump out, which is about the size of a moderately sized tank you might see at any one of our sites.
Did the changes to the Gallagher, the closure plans for the 2 Gallagher units that were the subject of this letter, did those changes increase the costs associated with those closure plans?
Yes, they did.
So that would have been increased capital costs?
Yes, ARO cost.
And also, would there be some increase in operation and maintenance costs, presumably, correct?
I'm trying to think of any additional costs that the change of those 2 plans would add. And other than maybe some of the additional water that might come in, that tiny amount, the previous plan still had a cap. It still would have required a lot of the same activity that we have to do in post-closure.
We would have to run and maintain the dewatering system for all 3 units, correct?
That is correct. So there would be some small incremental costs associated with that.
And the closure plan and dewatering system that's contemplated, the post-closure period is 30 years, is that right?
That is what the federal CCR rule requires, 30 years of post-closure, yes.
Does the closure plan address what happens at the end of that 30 years?
I can't recall the specifics of the closure plan, but I know that the federal CCR rule has requirements as well as Indiana code and RCRA for what could happen after a 30-year post-closure monitoring period.
Do you know if at the end of that 30 years, Duke intends to continue operating the dewatering system?
If it was required, yes, we would continue to operate it. We'd have to per Indiana code.
What if it's not required?
The company would continue to operate it as part of our post-closure. The cost would be, we expect the cost to be extremely minimal.
Did Duke ever provide a written response to EPA concerning this letter?
Don't believe that we provided a formal written response to EPA, no.
Has Duke evaluated whether The EPA finding is in this letter concerning the 2 Gallagher units would have implications for CCR units at other Duke sites in Indiana.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Has Duke evaluated whether the EPA findings in this letter that the 2 Gallagher units that it found were subject to the 2015 federal regulations, whether those same findings would have implications for other CCR units at other Duke sites in Indiana?
We are aware of other CCR units in Indiana that we are closing under state regulations. But again, those units are now going to be subject to the new legacy rule, which will require us to, if we were to use a close-in-place method for those, are going to have to meet all of the federally required performance standards per 257-102 Delta 2I paragraph. That's going to be a requirement now for all these units. You know, that rule was published in May, and that was a pretty big game changer for the industry. Up until that time, the question of how deep was your ash, was it in contact with groundwater, and what that might have on your post-closure care, there was a lot of debate in the industry. The EPA has basically taken that off the table with the legacy rule. We have to install an engineering control, excavate, or we have to eliminate that infiltration.
I'd like to refer you back to the exhibit, bottom of page 2. You see the header, applicability of the closure requirements to these impoundments?
Yes, I do.
And if you could take a moment to review that section. It starts there at the bottom of page 2. It continues onto page 3.
We'll go off the record while the witness reviews the exhibit.
Okay, I've reviewed the paragraph at the bottom.
Go back
of
on the
page
record.
Sorry. I've reviewed the paragraph at the bottom of page 2 as it extends over onto the top of page 3.
And is this a discussion of the federal closure performance standards that I believe you were just referencing with respect to the legacy rule? Is that right?
That's correct.
And these were, in this letter, it's a discussion of what standards would apply with respect to units subject to the 2015 rule. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so with respect to Duke's evaluation of this letter and the potential implications of the applicability of the 2015 rule, has Duke considered what effect it could have on CCR units that have already completed closure, where Duke contends that they're not subject to the federal regulations?
Yes, because as I mentioned before, the company's position is that these are CCR management units subject to the legacy rule. Therefore, that is what would drive us to look at that assessment. Now that we know that anything that we've closed has to comply with that legacy rule if it's a CCRMU, we have taken some initial looks at that. Yes, I wouldn't say anything detailed. The legacy rule has a process called the Facility Evaluation Report. It's a 3-year process. So once you identify a CCR management unit, you have 18 months to do kind of a desktop assessment and another 18 months to do a field assessment. During that field assessment, that's when you would go out, do specific quantification. You know, how many acres is it? Do you have free liquids in the unit? Do you have contact with groundwater? You'd have to map all of that out, and that's why the EPA gives you that 3-year period for a CCRMU. So any unit, whether it's closed or not in the state, the company, since the publication of the legacy rule, knows that we have to go out and enter that FER process. And that's what we're in the process of doing right now, and we're going to start, we're beginning to make those evaluations now.
I understand your answer with respect to the legacy rule, but this letter is about the 2015 federal regulations, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the effective date of those regulations was October 2015, correct?
Correct.
With respect to CCR units where Duke's position is that they did not have to close consistent with federal standards, changing the closure of those units to bring them into compliance with federal standards would mean redoing a closure that's already been completed. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This seems to be cross-examination related to something not really in this rate case. So the rate case is discussing the potential inclusion of coal ash costs in depreciation rates, not necessarily the company's closure plans and what the EPA or IDEM has to say about them.
Response?
Your Honor, the relevance of this relates to Duke's representations that the closure plans at issue in this case fully complied with federal regulations at the time that they were completed, and that the expenditures for which Duke seeks recovery in this case were reasonable and prudent.
Reply.
I believe that IDEM and the EPA manage the approval of environmental regulations, and those aren't really at issue before the commission.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rubel, would you mind reading back the question?
So as I mentioned with the facility evaluation process, since the company considered these CCR management units, we've just now entered that process. Any unit that the company has completed closure on would start off in that process. And would there be additional work required on that unit? Yes, it is possible, depending on the closure plan and what the facility evaluation report eventually turns out.
Do you have your direct testimony with you?
I believe I do.
Would you mind, there was an attachment to your direct testimony. I believe it was attachment 19A. It was an attachment that showed Duke CCR units. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Would you mind turning to that page?
Okay, I have it.
And so I'd like to direct your attention to the top of the page there, the Cayuga units.
Yes.
So in particular, the ash disposal area number 1. Are you familiar with that CCR unit?
Yes, I am.
Do you know the date that closure commenced on that unit?
I don't know the exact date offhand, no.
It says that the closure is completed, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know the date that the closure was completed?
I know that it was completed at the beginning of 2023.
So that would have been after Duke received the EPA letter that we've been discussing, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Duke closed that unit in place, correct?
That's correct.
And Duke's position is that that unit is not subject to the 2015 federal regulations, correct?
That's correct. Our item approved closure plan was implemented and completed in, I believe it was January of '23.
Your Honor, may we approach the witness?
You may.
Can we go off the record for a second?
Go off the record. Go back on the record, sir, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hill, have you been handed what's been marked as CAC Exhibit CX11?
Yes, I have.
Do you recognize this document?
I'm gonna need a little more time to review it. I've seen a lot of similar documents. I want to make sure I've got the right one in my head, okay?
Okay, take your time.
We'll go off the record. We'll go back on the record.
I am familiar with this document. I did read it shortly after it came out.
What is the document?
It is a testimony. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if I can get this right, but it looks like a court decision, the 4th District Court of Appeals, a decision that they rendered. Did I interpret that correctly?
Did you, would it sound right that it's a decision of the DC Circuit Court of Appeals, District of Columbia Circuit?
Fourth Circuit, I think it is.
If you're, could I ask you to look at the cover page? Are you there?
I'm here.
And at the top there, it says United States Court of Appeals from the District of Columbia Circuit, correct?
That's correct.
And why would you have read this decision before?
As the Vice President of Coal Combustion Products, I try to stay abreast of the events in the industry, especially as they pertain to my company. So,
And how does this decision pertain to your company?
well, I'm not a lawyer, so I know that our legal department spent a lot of time on this document. But as far as our closure plans and the ones that we're executing, it didn't change anything.
Can I ask you to turn to page 10 of the document?
I'm there.
You see the paragraph at the bottom of the page begins as forecasted in the press release?
I see it.
And do you see in that paragraph, which continues on into the next page, discussion of Duke Energy?
I do see it.
And it's a discussion of the letter we were just discussing, the January 2022 letter about concerning the 2 Gallagher units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could I ask you to turn to page 18 of the document?
I'm at page 18.
And do you see there, first full paragraph on the page, the paragraph that begins with the word first?
I see it.
Last sentence in that paragraph, it says, consistent with that regulatory text, EPA's letter to Duke Energy contemplated applying the 2015 rule to surface impoundments that no longer receive coal residuals but still contain coal residuals and groundwater. You see that?
I do.
Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Could you turn to page 20 of the document? And then on page 20, are you on page 20?
I am.
Do you see where there's a header number 3?
I do.
And then the first paragraph under that header describing, among other, do you understand that the reference there to the January 2022 documents references the letter to Duke Energy, but also other documents that EPA sent out in January 2022?
I do, that's correct.
And it says there, none of the January 2022 documents then amends the 2015 rule. Each simply explains, interprets, and applies the 2015 rule's obligations. Do you see that?
I do.
So is it your understanding that the Federal Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit found that EPA's interpretation of the 2015 CCR regulations as set forth in the letter that Duke Energy received was a straightforward application of those regulations?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe this question is designed to get Mr. Hill to provide a legal opinion about what the court stated or what the EPA's position might be in litigation separate from this rate case.
Mr. Kumar?
I'm happy to rephrase, Your Honor. I'm simply asking for the witness's understanding.
The objection sustained, rephrased.
Mr. Hill, do you have an understanding of what the implications are of the language that we just discussed?
I do. I also and I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think the court asserted judicial authority in the specific determination of these two basins that they referenced. They just simply referenced them. They didn't assert any judicial authority there. And that's about as far as my legal opinion will go without any legal training.
So you don't have an understanding of what the language is that we read a moment ago about the January 2022 documents simply explaining, interpreting, and applying the 2015 rules obligations?
I do. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to try to provide an opinion on behalf of the company on how this court decision is being interpreted.
Can we go off the record for a second, Your Honor?
We'll go off the record.
Whenever you're ready, Your Honor.
We'll go back on the record. Mr. Kumar?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to move into evidence the exhibits marked CAC CX10 and CAC CX11.
Duke, any objection?
I think our confusion and potential objection to CAC CX11 may be that I don't know if, I can't tell from the face, the citation for it, or if it's been further appealed to the Supreme Court. I think that's just my confusion is this is the DC Circuit. It's litigation I'm not familiar with and I'm unable to state the relevance to this case either. The company doesn't object to CX10, but CX11 I don't believe is within the scope of this rate case or this witness's testimony.
City of Westfield?
No objection, Your Honor.
Industrial Group?
No objection.
Kroger? Nucor Steel?
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce?
No objection.
OECC?
No objection.
All right, Mr. Kumar, what was your response to the relevance objection as to, well, excuse me, so you said no objection to CX10, is that correct, Ms. Hannigan?
Correct.
Right, CAC cross-examination exhibit 10 is admitted without objection. Sir, what's your response as to the relevance objection on CX11?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So Mr. Hill testified that he has reviewed the document in the course of his role at Duke as overseeing their coal ash operations, and the document discusses the letter that was just admitted as CAC CX10 and directly bears on Mr. Hill numerous times throughout his cross-examination expressed disagreement with EPA's position as set forth in the letter, and this is relevant evidence to the credibility of that position and the accuracy of that position.
Okay, Ms. Hannigan?
I believe Mr. Hill's testimony in this proceeding was that he did not believe that the EPA letter that was just admitted was part of this litigation. He did admit to having reviewed this in the normal course of his profession, but I still disagree that it's relevant to this rate case. It doesn't govern the Gallagher letter that we just discussed or any of Duke Energy's other impoundments.
Your Honor, if I could just respond.
No. One moment as I consider my determination. Over Duke's objection, CAC cross-examination in Exhibit 11 is admitted into the record. Mr. Kumar, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have nothing further for this witness.
City of Westfield, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Duke Industrial Group?
No, Your Honor.
Nucor Steel?
No, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. OECC?
Yes, Your Honor, we have cross exhibits to distribute.
We'll go off the record when that's accomplished. Ms. Hitt says OUCC cross-examination Exhibit 8C, duplicate of the CAC's cross-examination Exhibit 8.
It is, Your Honor. I was unaware when I prepared these cross exhibits in advance.
Very well. We'll go back on the record. Ms. Hitz, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hill.
Afternoon.
Momentary mood lighting. You have before you what are marked as OUCC cross exhibits 8 through 13C. And so all of those are on green paper, which indicates confidential. I will do my best to avoid discussing actual confidential material as we walk through these. I was informed after I began distributing CX-8C that it had already been included as part of the CAC's cross-exhibit 9C. So if it looks familiar, don't be surprised. It is what's page 16, which is the second page of the CAC's cross-exhibit CX-9C. After all that preliminary, if you will refer to Duke's response to OUCC data request 5.07. Do you have that before you?
I do.
And that's a document that has been marked both by the OUCC and CAC. Is that correct? Well, it's all right, Mr. Hill.
Yes, it was. But
Okay, yeah. We don't want to spend time shuffling papers. Now, let me just, Your Honor, may I ask a preliminary question? Counsel, the questions are not confidential, are they just the answers to this document?
I believe that's right, Ms. Hitz.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, can it take a look at subpart A of the question, which refers to your table 10, page 28 of your direct testimony, showing forecasted test year power production, O&M, and capital expenditures regarding CCP. Do you see that there?
I do.
And the OUCC requested, and if you'll look at the date on the top of this is April 23rd, 2024. So within a month of Duke filing this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. The OUCC requested all supporting data, calculations, assumptions, methodology, and documents forming the basis of Duke's forecasted CCP-related power production test year O&M expense. And our office also asked for a breakdown of CCP forecasted O&M expenses by generating unit. Do you see that there?
Yes.
All right. Now, Duke objected to subpart A as overly broad, unduly burdensome, particularly our request for all supporting data. Nonetheless, there was a response on page 17 of that document, and it referred to a confidential attachment, OUCC 5.7A. Now, if you'll turn to the document that's been marked as OUCC CX10, is that the document that was referred to as OUCC 5.7A?
Yes, it appears it is.
And without revealing any information about the numbers, does this document show capacity factors of particular units?
Yes, it does.
And were you responsible for putting this document together?
It was put together by, under my direction, folks that do work for me, yes.
All right, and when this document was produced, was it in an Excel format with formulas attached, or was it hard-coded? In other words, were the numbers simply in the cell by themselves?
I don't know.
Let me ask it a different way. Would a person looking at this document on a computer be able to access formulas to determine how these numbers were calculated?
Probably not if this came in an Excel file. Typically, what we do with our fuel and optimization forecast, the output of that is in an Excel file. It's generally a very large file. And from my personal experience, when I used to do this years ago, it came out as a single value, and we would copy that value into documents like this and provide it. You wouldn't be able to say, click on a percentage number and take it back through an Excel file to an actual calculation.
All right, fair enough. Turn to OUCC CX9C, which is a response to OUCC DR 5.7B, historical costs by unit. Again, did you prepare this document?
Not personally, but my organization did, yes.
And when you say your organization, do you mean the people who report to you?
That's correct, and they rely on others to put this together, people from, say, the finance department and all that to provide a lot of these numbers.
All right. And when you received this question for the historical cost by unit, what was your direction to the people answering this? What kind of document were they to provide? Let me phrase it a different way that is less confusing. Does this document contain formulas so that someone reviewing it could determine how each of these numbers was calculated?
I don't believe the answer to that would be yes, because each one of these numerical values would come from our finance department, which would come from a pretty extensive query that they would run. And usually the result of that query for any one of these individual values just comes out as a single value.
All right, so then the answer is that these numbers are effectively hard-coded. If you were to click on a cell in this document on the computer screen, you would see simply the number. You would not see any kind of formula telling you how it was reached. Is that right?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer.
Fair enough. Now, I'm going to ask you to refer to several documents, CX 11C, 12C, and 13C, and we're going to talk about these rather more holistically. Now, CX 11C, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And where, did you prepare this document?
It was prepared under my direction, yes. I gave direction to, I believe this was a response, additional response that we gave for clarifying information.
Well, was this attached to your rebuttal testimony as an exhibit? As 42A? TSH?
Yes, I believe it was.
All right. Now, at the top corner of CX11C, if you pull up CX9, apart from the confidential markings, there's a marker that says ENT jurisdiction, Duke Energy, Indiana. Does that occur on both CX9 and 11?
Yes, it does.
And below that, ENT function, and next to it is EHS and CCP. Does that occur on both documents as well?
Yes, it does.
And project ID CB, multiple items. Does that occur on both documents?
Yes, it does.
And can you describe what each of these documents shows? What are the calculations or numbers on this representing?
Ms. Hitz, are you referring to CX11? I got lost, I'm sorry. CX9? Which two documents are we looking at?
There are. I'm asking for both. Well, let's just limit it to 11. Make it easy.
Thank you.
Sure. So over on the left side, we have the station, the operating unit, typically the generating unit, then calendar years 2020 through 2023, then a calculation of that average, and then the test year value, test year forecast using, over in the notes section where appropriate, we have the capacity factor that was used and applied to certain of those rows that deal with the generating unit, where the capacity factor is an applicable factor for influencing the cost.
All right. Let me, this may take you a moment. Let's just focus on the first line of CX9 and CX11 that refers to Cayuga Coal. The first line of numbers, with the exception of the last, let's see, hang on just one moment. The first four columns on the left showing dollar amounts. Can you confirm that line 1, we'll just call it line 1 for Cayuga, is identical on each of the documents?
And Ms. Hitz, while he's looking at that information, just note that we've bumped up to 3:30, our anticipated break time. Within the next couple of minutes, find a convenient stopping point and we'll break.
Once Mr. Hill finds that, I'd be happy to take a break.
Very well.
So the values on the top line for calendar years 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023 appear to be identical.
Thank you. This is a good stopping place, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hitz. It is 3:30. We'll take a 15-minute break until 3:45. Thank you, counsel. All right, we're back on the record in 46038. Ms. Hitz, please continue your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, when we left off, Mr. Hill, you had just confirmed that that first line on cross-exhibit CX11 was the same as the first line on CX9. Is that correct?
Yes, through the calendar year 2023 header,
Right,
yes.
the first four columns.
Correct.
And based on the headers on this document, do these two documents show the same categories of costs? Is this O&M for these particular units?
Double checking, because the different font size put them on different pages, but yes, I believe that's true, O&M.
Right, thank you. Now, if you will look at CX 12 and 13, these two documents, even though it may not look like it, are the same document, but CX 12 shows the formula inside the cells for which there are answers. Do you recognize that?
I do recognize the pattern, and I would assume that that is correct. Yep.
All right. Did you prepare CX 13C?
Yes, that was done under my direction.
All right. Now, referring to your testimony, your rebuttal on page 2, lines 22 and 23, you state, to better demonstrate how capacity factor is used in the forecast, please see confidential attachment 42A TSH. Have we been looking at that attachment with the review of documents CX 9, 11, 12, and 13?
Not with CX9. With CX11, that would be correct.
Yeah, my apologies, you are correct. 11, 12, and 13.
Is there a difference between 11 and 13?
They appear identical to Duke Council as well.
Well, clearly, I just wanted to be double sure that we had.
Don't feel bad.
Well, I'll just put an X through that 13.
Okay.
Now, your testimony continues, this is your rebuttal testimony, referring to TSH, well, 42A. This confidential attachment shows how the capacity factors provided in the company's response to OUCC 5.7A are applied to the historical cost of station CCR production. Are you familiar? Does that sound correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, CX9 is the response that Duke provided to the OUCC in response to DR 5.7A. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we just established that these documents between 9 and 11 are substantially similar, at least as to the first 4 columns from the left. Is that correct?
I would say that's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, did Duke provide capacity factors on its response to 5.7B, in other words, CX9?
It doesn't look like they were shown on the sheet as part of the calculation, no.
Was there some other way that those capacity factors applicable to those particular units was provided?
Yes, I believe CX10 was provided with the original data request.
All right, hang on one second. Let's take a look between CX 10 and 11. The first line, again, we're referring to Cayuga Coal. Can you look at CX 10 and look at the capacity factors across the line for Cayuga units 1 and 2, which I believe, are these separated out on CX 11, the units? Council? Are these units on CX 11C? Are the units separated out, or is this an entire Cayuga cost category? Do you know?
I might prefer Mr. Hill answer. It looks like we have Cayuga 1, 2, 3, 12.
All right.
And I don't know what CYCM is.
Stands for Common Plan Equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Okay. Well, we'll get answers one way or the other. Have you reviewed the capacity factors across the line for Cayuga 1 and 2 on CX10?
Yes, I have.
And if you look at CX11C, next to the line for Cayuga, there is a capacity factor with an estimated percentage. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
Does that percentage appear anywhere on CX10 for the Cayuga units?
Not directly, but it's a result of a calculation.
The result of a calculation that was not provided to the OUCC, was it?
I don't think it was in this data, no.
So even though pretty much from the beginning of the case, the OUCC requested how Duke had reached its O&M figures, Duke did not reveal important information until the submission of your rebuttal testimony. Isn't that correct?
The information that we submitted on the first data request, I could see where we didn't do a very good job tying the 21 million that's referenced in my direct testimony of O&M expense in the test year. We tried to clarify that with that second data response and 11C. So the folks who did the calculation to come up with 11C looked at this raw data that came out of the model and did a calculation for the Cayuga station, say, for example, and came up with a 67% capacity factor. But you're right, how that 67% was not calculated wasn't provided.
So 11C is part of your rebuttal testimony. Am I correct? Your confidential attachment 42A.
That's correct.
All right, so this would, the provision of these capacity factors for the calculations and the sums was not provided to the OUCC before you filed your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
How the 67% was not, that's correct. But that's an accurate number that forecasts the capacity factor for Cayuga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. At this time, Your Honor, I would offer, since I found out CX8 is already part of the record, I need not offer that. So CX 9C, 10C, 11C, and 12C.
Duke, any objection?
I believe that 11C is Mr. Hill's rebuttal exhibit and does not need to be entered again. But other than noting that, Duke has no objections.
Citizens Action Coalition.
No objection, Your Honor.
City of Westfield.
No objection.
Industrial Group.
No objection.
Nucor.
No objection.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce.
No objection.
OUCC cross-examination exhibits 9C, 10C, 11C, 12C are admitted into the record without objection. Ms. Hitz,
May I have just one moment, Your Honor?
we'll go off the record.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Duke, any redirect? Excuse me, let's go back on the record. Thank you, Linda. Duke, any redirect? We're back on the record. Ms. Hitz, did you have any further cross?
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Third time around, Duke, did you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you are excused from the witness stand. Duke, who's your next witness?
Ms. Steffes is going to call Jacob Colley.
All right, Ms. Colley, if you approach the witness stand, and we'll go off the record. Thank you.
Like a long slog. Do you want
Has Mr. O'Connor been sworn? Okay, we'll go back on the record. Will all individuals who believe that they will be testifying today, please stand if you're able and raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony today the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. Thank you, gentlemen. If you would, please have a seat, sir. Ms. Hennigan, or Duke, whenever you're ready. Ms. Steffes, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Colley, could you please state your name for the record?
Yes. Jacob Colley,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy. I'm the Director of Customer Regulatory.
Can you confirm that what you have before you are petitioner's exhibits 24 and 45, your verified direct testimony and your verified rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have Exhibit 24 and Exhibit 45.
Thank you for confirming, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Citizens Action Coalition.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no planned cross-examination, but if we could, we would like to please reserve the right to cross should questions arise. Thank you.
City of Westfield.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have cross. Good afternoon, Mr. Colley.
Good afternoon.
Your testimony in rebuttal specifically states that affordability has been and remains a primary focus of the company. Is that true?
I believe so, but if you could point me to the lines, that would be helpful.
Sure. Rebuttal, page 3, line 1.
That is the first part of that sentence.
Thank you. Are you aware that there is an affordability pillar in Indiana Code 8-1-2-0.6?
I'm aware that the affordability pillar exists. As for the second part of the sentence that you mentioned just a moment ago, in this cause, I discussed specifically affordability, how we address affordability needs through the programs and offerings we have through our customer organization.
So my question was, are you aware that there's an affordability pillar in 8-1-2-0.6? And your answer is yes?
I'm aware that there's an affordability pillar.
Thank
Yes.
you. When we think about what the word affordable or affordability means, would you agree with me that a common sense understanding of the word affordable would be that it means to be able to bear the cost of something?
Can you restate that, please?
Sure. If we think about what is the common sense meaning of the word affordable, would you agree with me that a common sense meaning could be that affordable means to be able to bear the cost of something?
My understanding of the affordability pillar that you mentioned in your previous question is that there is a definition of that in Indiana statute.
What is that definition, sir?
I don't think that I mentioned that in my testimony. I'm not sure.
Well, subject
terminology.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Let's talk about, if you don't know what the definition is in the statute, let's talk about the common understanding of the word affordable. Would you agree or disagree that a common meaning of the word affordable is to be able to bear the cost of something?
And again, I'll point to my understanding of the affordability pillar, which you mentioned in your earlier questions, related to the specific definition that is laid out in Indiana statute, which I don't have before me.
Your Honor, at this point, I'll move to strike that answer as non-responsive. I've asked the witness at least 2 and possibly 3 times what his understanding is of the common meaning of the word affordable. I did not ask him what is the meaning that's in the statute.
Ms. Steffes.
Your Honor, I think that Mr. Colley Ms. Schultz led with, are you familiar with the affordability pillar in the statute? And then she delves into a discussion of affordability generally. And as Mr. Cawley mentioned at the outset, he discusses affordability offerings and affordability needs, but Mr. Pinniger actually addresses the affordability pillar and affordability to policy level.
Ms. Schultz?
Your Honor, this witness is the witness who testifies ad nauseum about the affordability ecosystem. This witness does definitely talk about affordability, and it is within my purview to ask him about the common meaning of that word. And it's simply a question whether does he know or agree with that definition or not.
The answer was non-responsive to the question presented by counsel. Mr. Cawley, please listen to the question closely. If you don't understand the question, let counsel know. I'm sure she would rephrase it for you. Please answer the question as directly as you may. Ms. Schultz?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cawley, would you agree that the common meaning of the word affordable means to be able to bear the cost of something?
Generally, I think affordability needs to be in the scope and context of what is being discussed as affordable. And I believe in this case and what I've laid in my testimony, Duke Energy has put forth a number of programs, offerings, and information within the record that shows that our product is valuable to our customers and is at a price that is consistent with what I understand to be the Indiana statute around affordability and its competitiveness amongst other peer utilities.
Your Honor, I'll move to strike again as non-responsive.
Ms. Steffes?
I believe that Mr. Cawley has exhaustively responded to what his opinion of the definition of affordability and does not necessarily agree with the affordability definition that Ms. Schultz has offered.
The question presented was whether or not the witness agreed with a particular definition of affordability as provided, as stated by counsel. So your answer was non-responsive. It is stricken from the record. I would direct you again to answer her question directly. Thank you, sir. Ms. Schultz.
Mr. Cawley, would you agree with me that a common meaning of the word affordable means to be able to bear the cost of something?
I generally agree with that definition, yes.
Thank you. Have you ever looked up that word in the Merriam-Webster dictionary?
Not recently.
If a rate is affordable, shouldn't it be one that customers have the ability to pay?
Yes, and it kind of, I think it bears a little more context beyond just a yes or no.
Mr. Cawley, I appreciate that, but I'll let your counsel ask you for that clarification on redirect. When we look at Indiana's affordability requirement in the pillars that you referenced earlier, does it have any qualification that says that we should not make affordability a consideration for low-income customers?
Can you please restate that?
When we look at the pillar of affordability in the Indiana statute, is there anything in that statute that says affordability should not be a consideration for low-income customers?
My understanding of the pillar is the definition is around competitiveness between likely situated utilities. And in reference to your direct question, a number of items mentioned throughout my testimony discuss in depth the programs and offerings and support that we provide our customers and further proposed through our Payment Navigator program to support customers who may struggle with affordability challenges. And I'm proud of the offerings that we have for our customers to support low income and other struggling customers. And so while your framing of the question specifically discussed whether something is within the statute, I don't recall that. However, I know what we do within our customer organization. We think about how we can continue and do support our customers that may be in need with the ability to pay their electric bills each month.
Mr. Colley, let's try this again. The Indiana statute on affordability does not have any exemption for low-income customers, correct? Yes or no?
Exemptions? I don't recall that.
Thank you. Mr. Colley, I'd like you to think about a hypothetical Duke Energy customer, and I'm going to give you some hypothetical attributes of a customer. Number one, the customer works 40 hours a week making minimum wage. Let's stop there. Do you know what the minimum wage is in Indiana?
I don't.
If I told you that it was $7.50 an hour, subject to check, would you agree with me for purposes of the hypothetical only?
I don't have that information to agree or disagree.
Okay. Let's assume that minimum wage in Indiana is $7.25 an hour, and this hypothetical customer works 40 hours a week. Do you have a calculator with you? Do you have one on your phone?
I do not have a calculator with me.
If I provided you with a calculator, could we do the math, or would you like to just agree with my assumptions?
I'm not comfortable without, I'm doing math on the witness stand, and I'm not sure, I don't recall discussing any of this type of hypothetical within the testimony that I put forth.
Your Honor, may I approach, please?
You may. We'll go off the record. We'll go back on the record. Ms. Schultz.
Objection, Your Honor.
There's no question.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Colley, you have in front of you a calculator that I've just placed before you.
I see a calculator application, or appears to be on your cell phone.
If you take 7.25 times 40, would you agree if you input that into the calculator? 7.25 times 40, do you get $290?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has stated he's not comfortable conducting math on the stand. This is not a rates witness. He directs customer services, and this is Ms. Schultz's personal cell phone with what appears to be a calculator app that he has not seen before, and I would object to its use.
Ms. Schultz.
Your Honor, this is the affordability witness. I believe he has an MBA. I am asking him to put inputs into a calculator to talk through a hypothetical low-income customer, to talk about the issue of affordability, and he is the witness who talks about Duke Energy's affordability ecosystem.
Steffes.
I would disagree with the characterization of this witness's role in the case. Mr. Pinniger discusses the affordability pillar. What Mr. Colley discusses is the affordability ecosystem, which is a term that he designed, a term that is defined in his testimony with a very specific definition to refer to program offerings. Mr. Colley is prepared to discuss program offerings.
The objection's overruled. Ms. Schultz, please cut to the chase as best you can.
Sure. Mr. Colley, if a minimum wage worker makes $7.25 an hour and they work 40 hours a week, would you agree that their Weekly wage is $290.
Have not done the math to
Okay, subject to check?
I'll take your word for it on that. Yes.
Sure. 290 times 4 weeks is $1,160 a month. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And let's just assume that after tax, our hypothetical customer brings home $1,020.22 a month. So let's just...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So assuming that this hypothetical customer brings home after tax $1,020 a month, and assuming that they have a rent of $1,000 a month, would you agree that roughly speaking, they have about $20 a month left?
If this is just a mathematical problem you stated, and I'm not sure how you applied taxes, but $1,000 a month and they have $1,000 rent, there would be, it would appear that most of their money would be applied to their rent payment, yes?
So in this hypothetical, we've established this customer has approximately $20 a month left. And in our hypothetical, with this $20, this individual has to pay for food, electric utilities, and medication. Now let's assume that this is a residential customer and their bill, after this two-step rate increase is granted, their bill is going to be $170 a month. With that $20 a month left for our hypothetical customer, would you agree there is not enough money left to afford a $170 electric bill?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe that Ms. Schultz's question calls for speculation on the part of Mr. Colley, and I'm not certain how it relates to his testimony, which is set forth in his role over customer programs, and he discusses at length customer programs and doesn't even address the affordability pillar.
Ms. Schultz?
Your Honor, he does address the affordability pillar. He addresses Duke's affordability ecosystem, and I will get to all of those pieces of the affordability ecosystem and tie up this hypothetical to a real, or not a real, a hypothetical customer situation.
Ms. Steffes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Colley actually does not address the affordability pillar in his direct or rebuttal testimonies. And again, affordability ecosystem is an internal Duke descriptor and is not directly tied to the affordability pillar.
Objections overruled. Ms. Schultz, I would note that there was substantial evidence that was admitted at the various field hearings in which members of the public testified about their income levels, their expenses, and their abilities to balance those various expenses. And so be cognizant that we're not duplicating evidence that's already been admitted into evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Colley, if we look at your testimony, your rebuttal testimony, let's go to page 4, lines 1 through 13. Are you there?
Yes.
In this segment of your testimony, you are talking about assistance funds, correct?
Yes, the Energy Assistance Program.
And on, if I could have you look at page 4, lines 14 through 19, you're talking about Share the Light funds, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that neither of those funds, neither LIHEAP, EAP, or Share the Light, are unlimited funds that a low-income customer guarantees, is guaranteed to receive?
I'm not aware of any unlimited program funding
Thank you.
for any programs.
If we turn to your rebuttal, page 5, line 1, you talk about weatherization and energy efficiency. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you agree that weatherization and energy efficiency do not remove a customer's payment obligation to Duke Energy?
Energy efficiency and weatherization can significantly support reducing usage, which therefore would reduce the owed amount to for the service that they used.
Mr. Colley, I'm going to re-ask my question, and I'd ask that you listen to it. Weatherization and energy efficiency do not remove a customer's payment obligation to Duke Energy, correct?
I'm not aware of anything that would remove the obligation for the service that was received.
Thank you. And turning to your rebuttal, page 6, line 1, do you see discussion of bill management options?
Yes, the third part of the affordability ecosystem, yes, bill management options.
Bill management options also do not remove a customer's payment obligation to Duke Energy, correct?
Again, I'm not aware, if a service is taken from the company, I'm not aware of any program that's available that would remove obligation for a product or service that's received.
Thank you. So that goes for reduced security deposits, your rebuttal at page 6, correct? It does mitigate the security deposit, but not their ongoing monthly obligation, correct?
Again, I'm not aware of any program for any utility that would remove obligation for the service that's received in perpetuity, no.
You're not aware of any utility that does that?
In perpetuity, removing the obligation for paying for the service?
No. You're not aware of any utility that removes the obligation to pay for low-income customers?
I'm personally not aware. For removing the obligation in perpetuity, no.
Well, Mr. Colley, let's take away the perpetuity piece to the question. Let's reframe the question. Are you aware of any utility that removes the payment obligation for a utility customer?
In the state of Indiana, in the winter moratorium, that obligation is removed for low-income customers, yes.
Are you aware of the
obligation is removed temporarily, then it would be due upon the winter moratorium expiring in March.
And turning to rebuttal page 8, line 8, the payment navigator that you describe, it also does not remove a customer's payment obligation to Duke Energy, correct?
I think you have a message.
Thanks.
A little distracting, thank you.
Sorry. Should I repeat my question?
Yes, please.
Go to your rebuttal, page 8, line 8.
Okay, I'm there, thank you.
The payment navigator does not remove a customer's payment obligation to Duke Energy, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe that this question has been answered in the scope. I understand that she's asking on a individual basis, but he has stated numerous times he's not aware of any program that would remove that obligation. So I think by extension, that would answer her question.
Ms. Schultz?
Your Honor, I'm simply trying to make sure that I've covered the issues in Mr. Colley's testimony that he touts as the affordability ecosystem.
Ms. Steffes?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would just reiterate that he said he's not aware of any programs, so I don't know that it's an effective use of time to individually address point by point.
Sustained. Ms. Schultz, please continue.
Mr. Colley, let's turn to your rebuttal, page 12, line 1. Are you there?
Yes.
Do you see that at that point through page 13, line 16, you reject a proposal to implement an affordable power rider? Do you see that segment of your testimony?
I do, but I'm not sure I entirely understand the characterization of the question.
I'm just asking if you see that section of your testimony, sir.
I'm on page 12, line 1, yes.
Well, let's go, I'll have you turn to page 13, lines 14 through 16. Let me know when you're there.
I am on line 14.
Is it true that in that segment of your testimony, you reject the idea of an affordable power rider because you say Mr. Inskeep's concept lacks the necessary quantitative analysis and operational details to be considered a viable, implementable recommendation? Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Isn't it true that Duke Energy has the ability to perform a quantitative analysis to explore an affordable rider, but it has chosen not to do so?
I don't believe so.
Has Duke performed a quantitative analysis to explore an affordable rider?
The concept details that were provided did not make available details to perform that level of analysis.
So let's listen to the question again. Duke Energy has the ability to perform its own quantitative analysis to explore an affordable rider. True?
Can you rephrase that, please? I want to make sure I understand exactly what you're asking.
I'm not sure I can rephrase it, sir, but I will repeat it. Duke Energy has the ability to perform a quantitative analysis to explore an affordable rider, correct?
Based upon what's in my rebuttal testimony referencing the concept that was put forth by witness Inskeep, I do not believe that we have the ability to perform that type of analysis, no.
Mr. Cawley, are you saying that because you are assuming that it would have to be an analysis that Mr. Inskeep is thinking about?
Based on what is the scope of what I am discussing within my rebuttal testimony, yes, I do think I would need more information to conduct that type of analysis, yes.
So, Mr. Cawley, let's assume that Mr. Inskeep didn't suggest anything at all, and it's a fresh request. Does Duke Energy have the ability to perform a quantitative analysis to explore an affordable rider?
I don't mean to talk past each other in this, but I don't know how I can answer that in another way, because the concept that was laid out in the testimony from witness Inskeep was specifically what I'm addressing within the scope of the words on this page. And the question I think you're asking is, can we perform any type of analysis at any point? With the right level of data, anyone can conduct any analysis if there's skills and talents available and capacity to do that. However, specifically to the affordable power rider concept with the information that was provided in this case, no, we could not perform the necessary analysis to determine if it could be an implementable solution based on the information we had within this cause.
Thank you. And to your knowledge, is Duke Energy barred or forbidden from exploring an affordable rider?
We continue to have a low-income collaborative session with interested parties that was stipulated in the previous rate case. We explored a number of different items within that collaborative throughout 2020, or part of 2020 and 2021, and into even March of this year, discussing the low-income programs that we implemented from the Low Income Collaborative, which was a deposit reduction program, an auto enrollment payment program that were both filed before and approved by this commission from the Low Income Collaborative, where we continue to discuss those low income topics. So there is a forum for stakeholders to come together to discuss low income supportive programs. Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike the response, though at the end I'm not quite sure. The question posed was, to your knowledge, is Duke Energy barred or forbidden from exploring an affordable rider? The answer we got was a very long-winded answer about programs and collaboratives, and then at the end he said yes. So I'm going to move to strike the answer or ask that the witness ultimately answer yes or no. Is it barred or is it not?
Ms. Steffensen?
Mr. Colley was responsive to the question and explaining that there is a forum where such a topic could be considered.
Your Honor, that was not the question. The question wasn't about a forum. Are they barred or forbidden, yes or no?
The answer was non-responsive, as stricken. Ms. Schultz, please restate your question. Keep it as simple, straightforward as we can, please. Mr. Colley, listen closely to the question and answer that question, only that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Colley, to your knowledge, is Duke Energy barred or forbidden from exploring an affordable rider?
I guess I'm hung up on the term affordable rider. If you're talking about the concept that was proposed in this cause, we're not barred from analyzing anything. So it's hard for me to answer in a general term, are we barred from analyzing a low-income support program? No, we are not barred from that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Industrial Group?
No questions, Your Honor.
Nucor?
No questions, Your Honor.
River Ridge Development Authority, River Ridge Property Owners Association, Rolls-Royce?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor.
Proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Colley, are you responsible for any customer service issues in Ohio, in Duke's territory there?
Can you be more specific?
More specific than Duke, Ohio?
Can you reframe the question or restate the question, please?
Do you have any responsibility for customer service issues in Duke Energy, Ohio service territory?
My responsibilities do not extend to addressing specific customer issues, no.
Are you aware that Duke Energy, Ohio has a low-income residential service rate?
I will say generally, but I'm without the specifics in front of me. I don't know the specifics of how that rate is constructed.
Are you aware that Duke Energy, Ohio has a percentage of income payment plan rate?
I'm more familiar with that rate as it's, I believe, a requirement through state statute.
Thank you. So with that, then it would be true to say that Duke Energy, speaking now of the corporate entity, is in fact capable of crafting rates specific to low-income customers, right?
Objection, Your Honor. This line of questioning is outside the scope of this proceeding. This is a Duke Energy Indiana rate case.
Schultz, would you refresh my memory of your question, please, and then respond to the objection, please. Thank you.
Sure. Your Honor, my question was essentially that Duke Corporate is capable of crafting a low-income residential customer rate.
Okay, thank you. Then what was your response to the objection?
I'll stand on my question, Your Honor. It's been a long day.
Very well. Did you have any other questions?
I'm sorry, is she going to respond further to the objection?
I would reiterate that, again, this is a Duke Energy Indiana rate case. This is not Duke Energy Ohio rate case or involving Duke Energy Corporation.
The objection is sustained.
Mr. Colley, do you work for Duke Energy Corporate?
I work for an affiliate. Duke
And
Energy
is that Duke Services or some other affiliate?
Another affiliate.
And what
Duke
affiliate
Energy,
is?
Duke Energy Carolinas, but I help provide services to the other affiliates.
So your responsibilities are not limited to the Carolinas?
That's correct.
And so that's why you have personal knowledge of some of the affordability issues in other states. Was that correct?
I have knowledge of customer-related topics in other states, yes.
And you said, are you aware that the Duke Ohio residential service low-income rate applies to customers who are at or below 200% of the federal poverty level?
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Wheeler is again asking about Duke Energy Ohio. I believe that Mr. Colley has stated what he knows, and he is not here in any other capacity outside of on the behalf of Duke Energy Indiana.
Ms. Wheeler?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is clearly a corporate witness. He works in other states. He's answered Ms. Schultz's line of questioning and frankly was very difficult to answer the question of whether the company was capable of performing various analyses related to the provision of a low-income rate, related rate, or rider in Indiana. I think it's relevant whether he knows such riders exist in other states and whether the company is capable of crafting one.
Steffes?
I think this is outside the scope of Mr. Colley's testimony, and Mr. Colley has done his best to try to be responsive and engage in some level of mental gymnastics when he was addressing in his testimony Mr. Inskeep of CAC's affordable rider proposal, and they've been grilling him on an affordable rider, which has not even been defined by them.
The witness was the objection's overruled. Ms. Wheeler, let's keep moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could we have that pending question read back by the court reporter, please? Thank you, Nikki. Sorry, I think my blood sugar's a little low. I'll do my best. So, Mr. Colley, you're aware, are you not, that Duke Energy Ohio's rate for low-income customers applies to customers at or below 200% of the federal poverty level?
I do not have the specifics memorized about that specific low-income rate, so I cannot confirm nor deny that that is an accurate statement.
Do you know whether that low-income residential service rate applies to customers who do not participate in the percentage of income payment plan or the state statutory plan that you mentioned earlier?
Can you repeat that, please?
Are you aware that the residential service low-income rate is applicable to customers who do not participate in the state of Ohio's percentage of income payment plan?
Again, I do not have the specifics of that rate memorized to be able to confirm nor deny that your specific question.
Okay. Are you aware of whether the residential service low income rate in Ohio is mandated by statute?
I cannot confirm that or.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
OUCC,
No questions, Your Honor.
redirect.
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's correct. Citizens Action Coalition, thank you.
Thank you. A few follow-up questions, Mr. Colley, please. You talked with Ms. Schultz about the 5 pillars. Are you aware also of the additional mention of affordability in Title 8 of the Indiana statute?
If I recall correctly, specifically mentioned that I'm aware of the affordability pillar. I don't think I could name the other 4 pillars. I think you said that there's 5. So,
Thank you. I'm actually referencing 8-1-2-0.5, which, to summarize, says it's the continuing policy of the state to use all practicable means and measures while protecting the affordability of utility services for present and future generations of Indiana citizens. Does that ring a bell?
it does not. I don't know if you could provide that to me. Be happy to read it.
I can. I have it in, you read Mr. Inskeep's testimony, correct?
I have. It's been a minute, but sure. And I will add, as others have today, I'm not a trained attorney, so I'm speculating on what Indiana statute means or doesn't mean in providing a legal opinion is not something that I would be comfortable providing.
Understood. Are you aware that in addition to the 5 pillars, one of which is affordability, there is additional directives from our state legislature that our utility companies use all practicable means and measures for affordability?
While I cannot confirm nor deny that, but if I can elaborate, I do think that what I have provided in my direct and rebuttal testimonies around the efforts and means from our company to provide support and affordability measures to our customers through what we have defined as the affordability ecosystem, through the support that we provide through our customer assistance groups, the support we provide through our bill management programs, our EE and DSM programs, as well as the newly approved income qualified programs that came from the Low Income Collaborative. I do think that we take great lengths and great strides to help our customers address their affordability needs. And so I do feel that as a company, and I'm personally proud of the work that we do to help our customers.
Mr. Colley, none of the programs you just mentioned address ongoing affordable monthly bills, though, correct?
Every single month, no, but a number of them could help multiple months throughout the year, yes.
In crisis funding situations, correct?
There is a crisis program as part of the EAP.
EAP, Share the Light Fund, those are both for crisis situations, correct?
I believe that Share the Light has some flexibility that's not only or always crisis. Additionally, the deposit reduction program is not a crisis situation, and as well that provides a bill credit to customers.
The deposit is just when the customer would initiate service, correct?
If it's within during the program year, it's, once the customer initiates service, it is applied as a credit and could, depending on their usage, be multiple months.
The Payment Navigator doesn't make bills more affordable, correct?
It could, through the support and discussions with our call center specialists that will be part of those payment navigators, helping them navigate through the affordability measures and options that we have available for our customers that they may not be aware of, and they need that additional and tailored support to help determine new eligibility or new programs that they may not be taking advantage of, particularly around weatherization. I know that, some homes that have, poor insulation or poor windows and those replacements happen, that would be a in perpetuity support through a program that our customers have available to them.
None of the programs in your testimony address monthly affordable bills, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This is a repeat of the last question, which Mr. Colley answered.
Ms. Washburn?
I have not gotten a direct answer from Mr. Colley. I'm giving him a lot of leeway. I probably should have moved to strike his prior answer, but I'm trying hard to get a straight answer from him.
Steffes?
I would disagree. She asked if there would be any impact on monthly bill, and he said, in fact, yes, and gave an example as the weatherization program, which could result in reduced monthly bill by increasing the customer's energy efficiency of the home.
Sustained.
Does the Payment Navigator, we talked about the Payment Navigator. Let me strike that. What's Duke's internal definition of affordability?
Can you, I'm not sure that recall that specifically is in my testimony. Can you point me to where?
I'm just asking, does Duke have an internal definition of affordability to drive its decision-making?
Generally speaking, I think how we help address affordability is through the actions that we take to determine if our rates continue to be competitive with peers and provide a suite of options and support to our customers to help continue supporting them with affordability challenges that their unique situation may need to be addressed.
So your internal definition of affordability at Duke is comparing to peers?
I think a component of that, yes, as I just stated.
Did you attend the field hearings?
I attended the field hearing in Terre Haute, yes.
Have you been reviewing the customer comments submitted by the OUCC?
I have not reviewed all of them. There's a lot of pages.
Right, over
Impressive,
1,000.
right? Yeah, it's very cool.
Over 1,000 just submitted. Are you aware that most of them address affordability and the lack of affordability in current bills?
I think a number of affordability challenges were mentioned by customers, utility bills being one, but a number of other strains that they may have.
Mr. Inskeep addresses the Universal Service Fund for our gas utilities in testimony. Do you recall that?
I recall reading his testimony. Yes, I do remember that.
And in fact, his suggestion for what an affordable power rider would be is a new rider that provides a tiered discount mirroring the current USF rider discount percentages used by CE CenterPoint South Gas. Are you aware of that?
I saw that in his testimony, but I don't. Yes, I saw it in his testimony. I read it in his testimony.
And in that proposal, he provides what the percentages would be. We also identify the number of customers that would be at issue. That's a lot of quantitative data that Duke could use to craft a rider and a framework, correct?
I disagree.
Why?
And I don't have his testimony in front of me. Is there a way you could provide it so I could refresh my memory?
We'll go off the record. Ms. Washburn, I would note that we are approaching a 5 o'clock firm stop time. Plan accordingly. We'll go back on the record.
Thank you. You have before you what has been marked as CAC Exhibit 1. We are on the, I believe, the Affordable Power Rider section.
I don't see that on the page you provided, but what page do I need to flip
I
to?
apologize. Yeah, if you could turn to 49. And starting at line 17 through 21. And the prior Q&A also addressed the framework that Mr. Inskeep put forward. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And elsewhere in the record, and I can provide you the citation if need be, but we've also identified the number of LIHEAP customers in Duke service territory. Do you recall that?
Vaguely, I recall that, but you may need to refresh my memory.
Duke knows how many LIHEAP customers it has, correct?
Year to year, yes.
I'm sorry?
Year to year, yes, we do. We don't specifically know every customer that may be eligible, so just we would know the ones that have received the credit from the agencies, yes.
The ones that have been qualified by the agencies and provide that information to Duke, correct?
I believe so. I don't know if it's all qualified ones, but typically all qualified ones receive support. So yes, I would say generally we do.
When Duke asked Discovery about details of the Affordable Power Rider, CAC provided in response, which is attached to your testimony, information about the presentations that we made as part of the Low Income Collaborative with details of what a rider would look like. Do you recall that?
Can you provide the response number, or is it 3.5?
Correct.
Okay.
3.5, which is attached to your testimony at the end.
I have it here.
So we reference Mr. Howitt with the National Consumer Law Center that we had attend several meetings. Do you recall that?
Yeah, in 2021, I recall Mr. Howitt presenting. Yes.
Yes, presenting framework on affordable, a low-income rider, correct?
I don't recall the specifics of what he presented and how it correlates directly with the affordable power rider concept.
Ms. Washburn, we've bumped up to 5 o'clock. Can you give an approximation of how much more cross you have?
I was hoping to be done by now, but hopefully 5 minutes.
All right, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Coley, so we have the number of customers, we have the framework, we have the level of benefit, we have information from Mr. Howard about the administrative percentage that would be required. We have all the pieces that we need for a puzzle to create an affordability rider, correct?
I disagree.
Why?
Well, first of all, it would create a puzzle to be put together where we had a forum to discuss and put forth something that could be contemplated by the commission for approval. The collaborative put forth 2 programs that were approved by this commission. I think the order was in early 2023 and implemented by the company. And in my mind, that is the best forum to bring together interested stakeholders to discuss a proposal like this. I know Mr. Howitt presented, I think, a variety of concepts within his presentations in a couple of years, over 3 years ago now. And so I disagree that putting the puzzle together is something that is capable of being done or imposed on the company, considering the outcomes that we already had from, and what I would think success from those programs that the commission approved in early 2023.
But again, CAC did put forward this proposal, a low-income of rate, an affordable rider type of proposal. Do you recall that? At the low-income
I don't believe that there was enough information to be able to adequately analyze to determine if we could implement what was conceptualized from Witness Inskeep. There's tiered programs. We don't maintain income for our customers. We know that they were eligible for or received LIHEAP assistance, but we do not have at a individual customer level knowledge of what their current income situation would be.
Could you look at page 49 of CAC Exhibit 1, lines 9 through 11? We specifically say that we are looking at mirroring the USF rider discount percentages, which are for residential ratepayers who qualify for Indiana LIHEAP. So we have that information, right?
Can you point me to the information?
Yes. Page 49 of CAC Exhibit 1.
I'm on page 49, but I see percentages of bill discounts.
So we're talking about mirroring the gas low-income assistance programs. And we describe the gas low-income assistance program starting at line 10. And at line 11, it talks about residential ratepayers who qualify for Indiana LIHEAP, correct?
I see that, but then on lines 11 and 12, it talks about tier 1, 2, and 3 discounts, which would be based upon income level.
Which is done by the qualifying community action programs, right? They do the LIHEAP qualification and collect all that data, so they would do all the hard work, right?
Without discussing that with them, I would not have an answer with that.
You don't think the community action programs would be for this?
I have not discussed that with them, and I believe a number of them participated in the collaborative, which is probably the most appropriate type of forum to discuss in-depth details around a program, which we had, I think, 6 or 7 meetings with those groups of folks.
So just to clarify, Mr. Ensky put forward specific data on page 49 and in this section about an affordable power rider, but you haven't reviewed the framework that he put forward that mirrors the gas USF.
I disagree. I have reviewed it. I don't have the information of the tiers to determine, and nor the detailed information around Rider USF and CenterPoint, which is a completely separate utility unaffiliated with Duke, to conduct a proper analysis to determine cost, what would flow to the rider, as well as can we implement that within our customer service organization and costs around that. No, I do not have the detailed information to be able to contemplate that program based on what is in on page 49 of this testimony.
So despite the testimony and the presentation CAC made as part of the low-income collaborative, you still just don't have enough information. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Colley has addressed this multiple times at this point, and I believe he's been responsive to Ms. Washburn's question.
Ms. Washburn?
Your Honor, I'm trying very hard to understand Duke's objections to the program where it says we don't have the details, but then the witness doesn't understand the details. So I'm trying to get a straight answer from him on whether it's just that he doesn't understand how the USF works or what's the missing piece of the puzzle. If he doesn't know, then that's his response.
Overruled. Ask the question directly, and sir, if you don't know, you don't know. If you know, give your answer. Be direct, please.
Do you know how the USF program works in Indiana?
I'm not familiar with that. I'm not aware of it.
When was the last meeting of the Low Income Collaborative?
I believe March of 24.
March of 24?
We all met March of, yeah, didn't we? I believe.
Subject to check, was it in 2022 when we had our last meeting of the Low Income Collaborative?
I believe we reviewed the findings from the previous program year with and invited interested stakeholders in March of 2024 to discuss the deposit reduction program and the auto enrollment program findings.
Okay, but you have nothing in your testimony that captures that.
Those specific words, no, but I think there was discovery responses that were presented earlier in the case that had excerpts from the slides that we provided in discovery related to the low-income collaborative.
Our notes and records show the last meeting was in 2022. That's not your recollection?
It is not my recollection.
But we don't have regularly scheduled low-income collaborative meetings, correct?
I believe we meet I think it's an annual discussion at this point.
No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Duke, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Sir, you're excused from the witness stand. The evidentiary hearing is continued to tomorrow, September the 5th at 9 a.m. Thank you, counsel.